YouTube does, though.
Oh, God, I've tried to save you so many times, I've confused myself.
Yeah, we are. Here we go.
As you know, surveying, especially elevation checks and all of that, well, the curve, like that, you know, that isn't what they do. They measure a drop in the vertical, don't they? When you're doing surveying on your measuring rods.
Hang on here. Let me think about this.
Yeah, you do.
If there's a change in the vertical, then what do you call that when you're measuring, when you're doing your surveying?
Hang on here. Let me think about this a minute.
Change in elevation.
Right, okay.
Oh, yeah. There we go.
Hang on here. Let me think about this a minute.
Oh, yeah. So drop any, it would be a drop any direction you go. Earth is always dropping away from you.
So the water, you think the water level drops away from you?
There we go. Yeah, I know it. I've not seen a drawing from LIGO.
The nutsack thing is related to
either arm, an X or a Y.
Let's say 400
Go on the
meters.
west
How
arm and the
accurate
east
could
arm.
you be? Let's set in a horizontal.
It is designed to be 33.1 arc seconds from top to bottom at that distance.
Wait a minute. The elevation from the water level is always going to be the same.
They'll all intersect. Those three lines will intersect in the middle.
There we go.
Oh shit, Grumpus went to bed a long time ago.
A nutsack drop is a pretty good demonstration of the globe.
There we go.
Just hang on here, let me think about this.
Go on.
Water level.
Oh, yeah. The water level is the most level.
The water level will show you level. You'll take your auto level then to the center of this array of of level points that you've established. Set it at the center and then shoot both ends. You'll find out that they're dropping.
What, both ends of the water level lower
There we go.
than the middle?
We got a hump.
You've got a hump.
Absolutely.
It's a hump.
Hang on here, let me think about this.
You got a home base.
Oh, wait. Oh, I'm sorry. God, I'm getting tired, Bev. Back up. That was wrong. That was something else I was thinking about.
33.1 arc seconds.
1 arc second, which at 400 meters would be in a vertical height of 12.6 millimeters. Buster. Hang on here, let me think about this.
What do you call a change in vertical in surveying?
Hang on here, let me think about this.
You know, like if there's a vertical distance change, what's that called?
Hang on here, let me think about this.
It's elevation, and it's
so
measured
so
from
you've
sea
just
level.
said.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, you've just said that the
And all
water
of them?
level changes in elevation
There we go.
from the point you're
the water
at.
level does. Yes, the water level will. Absolutely. Oh, yeah.
So it's
wait,
not
wait.
establishing a level.
Wait a
a
minute.
minute. I think you might have got. Whoa. Yeah.
Hold on.
Go on.
There we go. Hold on.
Take a mulligan on that one. Let's try again.
Don't overtalk.
Hang on here,
Don't
let me think
overtalk.
about
Don't
this.
parallel.
Yeah, at 400 meters, the Earth curve is about 12.6 millimeters, so you're going to have to add that in.
Oh, yeah.
Add it into a horizontal. Where do you add it in?
Yeah, that's what I feel like a lot of times, Buster.
There we go. Oh, yeah.
Yeah, you've just said that the
And all
water
of them?
level changes in
Hang on, let me
elevation
think about
from the point
The
you're
water
at.
level does. Yes, the water level will. Absolutely.
No reason, no logic, no wisdom, no worries.
Yes, the water level will. Absolutely.
You're just on your own.
There we go. Oh,
No
yeah.
reason, no logic, no answers to question.
Hang on here, let me think about this.
You're just on your own.
Just so that, you don't lose me here. Let's say we have A, NA, and NP on your water level. Where are you going to put your auto level?
Oh, yeah.
anyway. Now those
From what?
horizontals.
Okay, wait, back up. Back up.
Whoa,
Back up. No, wait, back up. Back up. Back up. No, wait, please. But on the curved Earth, what you just described is what we would see. We would have 3 different horizontals intersecting in the middle.
Oh, yeah.
And we are live. Welcome, everybody. This is Wednesday, Hump Day. Raven can't be with us today, but in the tradition of this, we're going to go through the Trivium. But we've not really got anything prepared, so it's going to be a recap of all of the points and the things that we have been already going over. But in order to get a clear understanding of it, to make sure everybody's on the same page, we're just going to go over some things that we think are important that might have been missed. I mean, I think from last week we went into logic and we had Betty do a presentation. That presentation, I got confused with it, really, to be honest. Didn't really get what the idea of it was. Seems now, after he's later done his other presentation over at Blues, that there was a couple of things that he was trying to sneak in there as hints or something. I don't understand really what he was trying to get at, but there was some trickery being involved in whatever he was trying to do with Aristotle's logic, and a difference between that and Aristotelian logic, and then Aristotelian logic.
It was a bit of a gotcha kind of thing, seems to me, given Blues thing. But
yeah,
I don't know how much time we're going to spend on that necessarily today. But I think we do need to have a discussion about, we have Aristotelian logic, we had Betty's logic.
Yeah.
We have, I don't know the difference between those. We have modern logic, if anyone wants to look that up. There's symbolic logic. There's Boolean logic. There's all
predicate
sorts of
logic.
Right?
It's been split up into a multitude of different things when it's just obfuscation, as far as I can see. All of these different, there's meant to be true logic, or the idea, the principle of logic is to clear a thought path, to make an understanding of what you're talking about. Or at least when we go over the Trivium and the Organon, that's what it seems to be to me. In its true sense, logic is trying to simplify everything to its most basic, with that thing there is this, and we can do this with it, and if I do that, then this happens, and that sort of reasoning between everything. The way I consider the logic, and all of these other systems based around it, I just seem like they're there to confuse.
Yeah, it seems like that to me as well, at least to some extent, right?
Yeah.
So yeah, we don't know exactly what we're gonna. There's nothing crafted here. I was hoping to have more people. Maybe some others will come in. As I said, I put a chat out in the live chat on YouTube that if anyone, if there was a time anyone was going to come in to Discord, I know that a lot of people don't like to talk and you think it's a big thing. It's not that big of a deal. Come on in and give us your thoughts on kind of what we've been going through with the whole Trivium thing and specifically the logic and those kinds of things. I'm glad Paper's here today to talk about some stuff, but there's some other folks that we've had, John and others. So hopefully some folks will join. But Bev, do you want to just click on that post that I put in the live chat It's up there. People can see it. Yeah, people can see it, but it's not very big. I don't know if you can make it a little bit bigger.
Yeah, that's.
I'd just like to say here that this is going to be good for me, Kevin, because I've not been around for the past couple of months, really.
Fresh
I've
meat.
Yeah. I've missed the whole thing. I mean, I've tried to keep up like through the YouTube, and I've popped in now and again when I could.
Well, it's good.
But
It's good though,
It's
DP.
going to be a good catch up for me.
Yeah, I think so. It's good. I mean, and I don't think you necessarily need to go through all the other Trivium things that we've been to. It's a process, right? And I'm starting to see that myself because the way Aristotle discusses these things in the Organon, which is a book, actually a book of 6 books, and the first one was called Categories, and the categories were, I believe, Aristotle's way of bucketing or categorizing or thinking of things in terms of grouping them and then identifying them so that you can then differentiate them. And that's where the whole idea of, genus and species, genera, I should say, which is the plural form of genus, species, and all that stuff comes from. It's not biology, right? We said that once on the Trivium. On the Trivium nights, it's not strictly biology, although yes, that's primarily where it's used today, but it's really used to categorize your thoughts, to kind of understand how things should be grouped together, what you can say about certain things, and whether those things can be said about other things, and if they apply to other things or other items. It's all of that, and all of that is so that you can collect your thoughts and then be able to logically express them through rhetoric, speech, right? Speaking. So that's really the Trivium. It's those pieces: grammar, logic, and rhetoric, right? Now we're in the logic piece because we've done some of the grammar. We're going to go back to pieces of grammar. We're just going to kind of circle on these nights. But Bev's got up here something that I found just a little while ago. I'm trying to understand, as far as we can understand, because Aristotle, if Aristotle was a guy, right, that he existed, 2,300 years ago or more. So what did he why come up with his idea of logic? What is that idea of logic? And so I found this, and I thought that this was very interesting, and maybe we can have a conversation about this. So it says, for Aristotle, then, logic is the instrument, in parenthesis, the organon. Now, the organon is a book. It's a book of 6 books. But this person says, logic is the instrument by means of which we come to know anything. He proposed as formal rules for correct reasoning the basic principles of the categorical logic that was universally accepted by Western philosophers until the 19th century. Pause. So from 300 BC until the 1800s, it was accepted by philosophers. Aristotelian logic, Aristotle's logic, the way that he categorized thoughts, created propositions, right? And then was able to rhetorically speak those ideas, right? Grammar, logic, rhetoric. So that's how many years? 2,100 years by my math, right? Anybody check me? From 3rd century BC to the 18th century? Right around there, more than 2 millennia. Let that sink in for a second. And then ask yourself, wow, that's a lot of time. Wonder why? Okay, let's set that aside. This system of thought, going back to what it's written here, this system of thought regards assertions of the subject predicate form. And we've gone through that. That's all the grammar. The subject is the thing that you're speaking about. The predicate is what you are saying about that thing. Okay? Easy ones are color, right? This pen is blue. Easy. The pen is the subject. Blue is the predicate of which you are predicating on the subject. Should be fairly easy, even though it can get pretty complicated when you really dig deep into it. But anyway, this system of thought regards assertions as the subject predicate form as the primary expression of truth. Now, we talked about truth. How do you have truth if you don't have the pen that I mentioned, or you don't have the cup that you're speaking of, or you don't have the horse that you're looking at, or you don't have the flower that you hold in your hand? Then how do you get truth? I'll hold on that for a second. Oh, go ahead, Paper. Go ahead, Paper.
You cannot have truth, as Dodo paradox shows, because if you assume, because in this Dodo paradox, the pre-assumption is that Dodo don't exist. If you start from that point, you will land in paradox. It means that you can formulate logic inference which give you truth from nothing. It means that in that case, because Dodo don't exist, therefore they exist. You will land in paradox. You cannot start from nothing.
Exactly. So we're going to get into this a little bit more. We're going to have a discussion about this a little bit more. All right, let me carry on. I'm going to repeat it again. This system of thought regards assertions of the subject predicate form as the primary expressions of truth, in which features or properties are shown to it inhere in individual substances. In every discipline of human knowledge, then, we seek to establish the things of some sort have features of a certain kind. Okay? Aristotle further supposed that this logical scheme accurately represents the true nature of reality. Reality. What is reality? Somebody tell me, what do they think reality is? I'm not watching the YouTube chat, so I can't.
Yeah, you have to be able to go, this thing, that thing.
Is reality something that you picture in your mind?
No. Not for me.
It is image of reality. We can. That's why when Brenda was talking about reality, I asked, "What is reality?" Because we cannot see reality. We can see only image. In fact, we can see 2D image of 3D reality, and that's why we can depict this reality on paper. 3D reality we can depict on 2D paper with 2D coordinates, so to speak, because we see that way. We see in 2D. Our image in our eye is 2D. Therefore, we can create picture of the picture, and we can use 2D plane to depict what we see, because we don't see reality. We don't see 3D reality. In 3D, we can see 2D image of 3D reality in 2D picture in our
So
eyes.
that's seeing with your eyes. Is reality anything else other than seeing? Is seeing believing? Is seeing reality? Is that the only way that you can get to reality, is seeing it?
Yes, that's why Aristotle said that our knowledge begins from sight or touching, perceiving. So our perception is our contact with reality.
So wait a minute then. So hang on, Paper. So if perception only seeing? Remember, seeing is with your eyes only. It's one of your five senses.
No. He was talking about all senses, but the best, the most high level sense is sight, and the second is hearing, because we can abstract from what we see. This is the best way to abstract reality from our side.
Okay,
That's why
so
this sight sense is most intellectual sense in our body.
but we know that we can be tricked. Yeah, we know that even it's not, even if you don't consider it a trick, right? Even if there is not ill intent behind it, right? A terrific artist, one of my favorite landscape artists, and probably many people, is Bob Ross. If you've ever watched Bob Ross videos, right? The landscapes he draws are unbelievable, right? But that's not reality, correct?
Yes, this is picture of this is CGI. So
Exactly.
but our eyes don't deceive us. Our eyes can see what they can see.
Yes,
So
but how do you equate that to reality then?
Because you can, for example, compare it to reality. For example, if you have a camera, so you can take a shot, take a picture, and you can compare this with your own eyes or on your cell phone. You can see image on your cell phone of the object, and you can see it with your own eyes, and you can compare. This is the same. I see on the screen, and I see with my eyes, and I can see that this is the same. So we can compare. But what we are doing with that picture, for example, with Photoshop or whatever, this is another story. This is not a picture of reality anymore. This is some work, artistic or whatever it is. But Aristotle's starting point is that our senses don't deceive us.
Okay.
We can rely on our senses.
Our senses in totality, right? Not just sight, although I agree, sight is probably the most important, right?
Yes, all senses.
But you have tactile, right? You're feeling with your hands,
yes.
right? Touch senses, right? Smell, hearing, all of that together. So all of that together then creates the experience of reality for you, right? You experience that reality, right? You are in it, you're experiencing it. So reality is, well, that's what the conversation I wanted to get going was if this is true. It says Aristotle further supposed that this logical his logical scheme accurately represents the true nature of reality. Then one has to ask, what is the true nature of reality? How do I know that I am actually dealing with reality?
Yeah, and how do you
and not
get there?
something that's not real. Yeah, exactly.
The sole goal is to get to reality, to describe reality to as accurately as possible, with the book being the instrument of how you get there. That's obvious what he was doing.
It seems that way to me.
Yeah.
Right? It's just when you have these words, remember, I've said it over and over again. My thing is words mean things. So, and I'm accepting for the moment this person's representation of what Aristotle thought and why he dreamed up this logical scheme that we'll be delving further into, right? To accurately represent the true nature of reality, whatever that reality is, but that is experiential, right? It's not a reality that's handed to you from someone else. Would everybody agree with that or no? Can I experience reality from someone else?
Not experience. You can take some knowledge from other person, but you have to believe him.
Fair enough.
You can share a reality with somebody else. You can be part of their reality, and they can be part of your reality.
You cannot share reality. You can share only images of reality. If, for example, if someone is showing a picture of something, or he's talking about his experience, experience. He can show you his experience, not reality itself. You can believe him, and for example, you can check for yourself if you don't believe him.
But there you go. There you go. Right?
Yes.
Okay. All right. So I wanted to have that conversation because these words are loaded, right? We here in this server, we talk about reality all the time. Other people say, "Oh, you're not talking about reality." So as soon as I read this and I look at that word reality, I go, we got to ask people, what is reality? What does that mean to you? How do you experience reality? How do you know it's real? Right? Okay, so we've had that. All right, so let me continue. Aristotle further supposed that this logical scheme accurately represents the true nature of reality. Thought, language, and reality are all isomorphic. Isomorphic. If you look it up, it's basically this similar shape or form, right? So related to one another, or it's something along those lines. That's isomorphic. If somebody wants to bring up the Merriam-Webster definition, they can look at it. What does that mean to you? Thought, language, and reality are isomorphic.
They have to be connected.
They have to be connected.
To make like syllogism, thinking, express, speaking, and in logic way. I mean, that's thinking using inference, because it is about inference. So this is process and reality. So we have reality, logic, and conclusion or truth in our mind.
Okay, good. Anybody else have any thoughts? Disagree with that at all? Does it make sense?
I love that. Right, you have to combine all three of those things. I'm quite big on the threes, right?
Yes, this is connected with his. This is his. I think he was the first who systematized a process of gaining knowledge. So there are three abstractions. First, you see by your eye. This is first abstraction. You are abstracting reality to your eye, and it creates image in your eye. This is first abstraction, called physical abstraction. Then you have second abstraction, because this is your imagination, because you can imagine in your brain that, for example, if you really see a square on your screen of computer, you can close your eyes and imagine, creating image in your mind or in your brain. You do not see it really, but as you remembered this image, you can recreate in your mind or in your brain. So this is, but you cannot recreate the matter inside of the object you see.
Right.
You can only recreate shape. So this is from matter to shape or to form. So you are going from material logic, so to speak, to formal logic. And then you have the third abstraction, when you don't need even imagination. This is metaphysical abstraction, that you are talking about laws of something and principles of thinking. They are metaphysical abstraction.
Yeah.
So
hang out on the word metaphysical, because we got into that earlier today. It's loaded. That's another loaded word. So hang on to that. Okay, so this is great. So all right, so thought, language, and reality. Those three things. So what's in your mind, thought, what you say about those thoughts, and then reality. Okay, so this person goes on, says, so careful consideration of what we say can help us to understand the way things really are. Well, that's an interesting sentence there.
Yeah.
Careful consideration of what we say can help us to understand the way things really are. Really are to whom?
To perceiver. So,
The
so you
perceiver. Yep.
Well, I think
to,
it's the
to
way
you,
things
to
really
you.
are.
Yeah. So this goes back to the reality piece, right? The way things really are. Reality.
Yes, that's why Aristotle's definition of truth is, I said this before some time ago, it is this is agreement what we see with what we think. This
Yep.
proportion between what we think and what we see, this is truth. If it is in agreement, we have truth. If not, we don't have truth.
Any other thoughts on that? Agree with it? Disagree with it? Make sense? What do you think? DP, how you doing? Did we lose you already? You may have stepped away from the mic. Okay. All right. So the last piece here, beginning with go ahead, DP.
Sorry, man. I was doing different things on the computer.
I figured you might be.
Is truth an agreement though? Because paper mentioned that the truth, all parties are in agreement.
Yes, agreement between what we think and what we see.
Yeah, and what we say as well. All three.
Not what we see, see.
Yeah, but what we say as well, right? We have to be able to communicate that as a truth,
Yes,
right? You could still see it, but communicate a falsehood, sophistry.
Yes, but of course, this is another story, because the truth can be expressed or not outside. But if we think, we are speaking to ourselves.
Yes.
Therefore, thinking is speaking to yourself, because we have to formulate our thoughts like a speech in our mind. So this is the same. But if we are talking about something to another person, this is another story. But of course, speech and thinking is pretty much the same, because we think with words. We have, that's why, for example, little children who don't speak, they cannot formulate logic inference. They have to learn speech first, and then they start to abstractively think.
Yeah. Balanced Truth says, I think truth can be agreed upon and self-evident. Both. Right? And I'd be with him as well. I mean, truth, obviously, there is a truth there. It's up to you to find it. But
here, if both parties aren't in agreement, then that truth is still stands as a truth.
Yeah.
So
yeah, but what they're saying is it needs to be it needs to be an agreement between what you see and what you think, right? And what you say about it as well, also.
Right.
Yes, of course. This is consequence. This is consequence.
That's the agreement they're talking about, not an agreement between me and you.
Of course, of course not.
Yeah,
of course not.
Yeah, I think that's where DP was getting the, like everybody was like, it's an agreed upon truth. Well, no, it's just agreed upon between those three faculties, right? To formulate the method.
So all of those three things have to fit with both parties to be in agreement on the truth.
No, just with yourself.
Yes, because speech is expressing your thoughts. So this belongs to your mind. Speech should belong to your mind. But we have two things. objective reality and our subjective thinking about this reality. This must be in agreement, because objective truth exists, of course, but we don't know if it is existing till we, through logic, gain this truth. We are abstracting this truth from reality by means of thinking, and we have to do it in proper way, because otherwise we will deceive ourselves at best.
So this is really good. This is where I was hoping we'd go. Here's something that I remember Bev saying when I first joined this server, and it was, can you get a proof from someone else? I'm paraphrasing, or I can't remember exactly how you'd said it, Bev, but it was like, can you only prove something to yourself, or can you get a proof from someone else? And that's kind of the same thing here, right? If we're talking about truth, or truth is synonymous with proof, or I'm actually conflating the two at the moment, right? If we think of it in those terms, and we substitute truth for proof, can someone else give you truth?
Somebody else, I would dare to say. Somebody else can give you the process for you to find the truth. But you can't be handed those three things, right? If the truth and logic is to find the truth, if that process is those three things that need to be all together, one of those is thought. Nobody can give you a thought that's yours, but somebody can give you the process for you to formulate that thought into a truth, right? And to be able to see it as well. That's why we've got demonstrable, presentable. You have to be able to see it as one of the categories that we had. You have to be able to test it yourself, which is the logical, the thought process that has to go around the test that you're actually doing. And, but that's a personal thing. Yeah.
I can give example. For example, little children to certain age cannot add or multiply or divide, because this involves abstract thinking. So, for example, for 2-year child or 1-year child that he just starts to speak, if you say to him that 2 plus 2 equals 4, he can only believe you. But with time, he will process this for himself, because he is gaining more and better abstractive thinking. So at the age, for example, 3 or 4 years, he can add for himself. Therefore, he don't need anymore to believe you, because he knows for himself. He understands that 2 plus 2 equals 4. But before that, he can only believe you.
Good example. Very good example. Okay, so the last piece of this, beginning with simple descriptions of particular things, we can eventually assemble our information in order to achieve a comprehensive view of the world. Ourselves, I think, is what the author here is stating. Our own comprehensive view of the world, our own experience, our own reality.
Yeah,
right?
And the world being what you know, right? Your view of the world is everything that you've seen, everything you've experienced. It is that world.
Comprehensive view, it means view. You have only, you can have only your view. There is no common view. This is your view. So it must be subjective.
Yeah.
So So it's interesting. J-Ro put in the chat something from Dahomey Don from a while back, a few weeks ago. You can't prove anything in reality. Given what would Aristotle say to that? Do you think? Given just this little snippet.
If you cannot prove anything, so you cannot know anything. So you cannot have any truth, which is impossible. This is Socrates' statement. I know that I know nothing.
I know that I know nothing.
So it is contradiction. So this is form of sarcastic response to that statement.
I don't think that's sarcastic.
Yes.
Oh no, it was not sarcastic.
It was really. It really was because
Socrates.
Oh yeah, for Socrates, yes,
Socrates,
obviously, yes.
Yes, he responded to sophists who asserted that you can be able to know nothing. So therefore, you know that you know nothing.
It's a bit of a paradox, yeah.
Yes.
but the example that J-Ro put in here from Dahomey Don, that I don't think that was sarcastic at all. He meant that.
Yeah, that's a result of them not being able to find a proof of their globe, right? They know that there are no proofs of the globe. So a consequence of that is they have to give up proofs entirely. For everyone. There are no proofs. They now say that that's a definite thing, a model affliction. The eradication of all proofs. First off was self-evident truths that they got rid of, and now they've had to get rid of proof.
Yes, that's
exactly
this guy Michio Kaku or whatever he just said. So and the others that science doesn't prove anything.
Yeah.
So what's the purpose of science? Because this is contradiction. Because science means knowledge, means truth. So it is idiotic statement completely. But we are at this stage now.
The entire method is derived to find a proof.
Exactly. Okay, so I want to stay. I know we've spent a lot, like 40 minutes already. This is fantastic on just this little thing. I want to go back again because I want to get a conversation going around this earlier piece that if you read in here, it says he proposed as formal rules for the correct reasoning the basic principles of the categorical logic that was universally accepted by Western philosophers until the 19th century. Loaded question. I know that at least one person in this Discord knows the answer, Bev. What else? What other long-standing philosophy, if you want to call it that, was also accepted until the 19th century? Anybody? I know Bev knows the answer because he and I talked about it.
It's like a standalone, right? Yeah. Aristotle's logic and something else were standalone, universally taught.
Anyone? Bueller?
What I know, that's only Plato was concurring with Aristotle, but his philosophy, because he was in many things he was just opposite to Aristotle. But But he wasn't used because he was useless. For example, to prove things in science. As himself, he created some ideas, nonsensical, like we have ideas of things in our mind. Therefore, we don't learn. That we only can recollect things we memorized in our previous life.
Plato. It's not Plato.
It is based on proofs, though. Right?
It is based on proofs. Yep.
This other.
Yep.
I now I cannot recognize.
I know people know. What do we talk about in this server
Maybe
almost all the time?
maybe it is so obvious that I cannot see that.
It probably is.
Geometry.
Thank you, DP. Geometry. Euclidean geometry. You could say was universally accepted by Western philosophers. I don't know. By Western culture, by everyone until the 19th century.
Everyone. Yeah.
It still is universally accepted. They've just added some other stuff, right? The same as logic. They've added modern, let's say, inverted commas. Yeah.
They've added that stuff and then hidden it away.
Yes.
You don't associate that stuff with where you live.
It's only it was at this time added and fucked about with, and then, like you say, hidden. The only use for this, what we're going to be talking about, was back then to have a little bit of mess about with something and then hide it away because it's ridiculous. Doesn't relate to reality at all in any way.
Doesn't
just conceptual
work in any way.
Yeah.
In reality.
I just found that exactly. I just found that an interesting coincidence.
Mm-hmm.
That not only Euclidean geometry or geometry in general that was unmessed with, let's say, until the 19th century, but also Aristotle's logic. Both of those things together.
Yes, because this Aristotle's logic is utilized in geometry, because geometry is expressing your thoughts. You are drawing on paper your thoughts.
And boom, we've also got mathematics as well. That's based on logic, based on exactly the same logic as thing. So would you expect that to have been messed about with as well as geometry and logic, the three?
Yes, logic. I equivocate that.
At
geometry,
that time,
mathematics, and logic, they are in principle they are the same.
And would you be surprised if by some strange coincidence all three of those were fucked about with at the same time in history?
Yes, in 19th century. When
how weird.
Yeah.
How strange is that?
Yeah.
How strange is that?
Because they had to get rid of this because you cannot sell bullshit using logic, geometry, and proper mathematics.
What did they get rid of?
Bullshit. You cannot tell stories.
Yeah, but what did they get rid of? What was the whole purpose of them fucking about with these three things?
As I said, to sell bullshit.
No, they had to get rid of universal truth, self-evident truths.
Yes, of course.
Proof.
Axioms.
Right, that's why the ballers now are saying there is no proof in reality, right? Because of this that they've messed around with. That's the study that we're doing now, right? Aristotle gives us the tools. He gives us the instrument to spot this. But they, about the 19th century, added a bit to this. But more than that, they've hidden what they did. And they've blurred all of this logic with sophistry and paralogisms. It's very clever. This is a really
I think it's very clever. I think it's really clever as well. And again, not that I want to make this about Betty. I thought it was really good. I thought it was very telling that you had a self-proclaimed logician saying that he's going to come in and talk about Aristotle's logic. And we end up with the dodo paradox. the very first thing that any cursory understanding of Aristotle is that Aristotle was not talking about imaginary or non-existent things. Am I correct in saying that, Paper?
Yes, of course. He was doctor of medicine, as we can say, because he grew up in a family of doctors, so he was a doctor.
So you go in saying, I'm going to this is what prompted this discussion in me, is because Bev and I have been lamenting in this last week or two here this idea of, well, what the hell kind of logic? I mean, we're going to talk about logic here because it's part of the trivium, right? The trivium is, again, grammar, logic, and rhetoric. And we're getting into the logic piece, and we're like, what the hell logic are we talking about here? Aristotelian logic, Betty's logic, Boolean logic, some other kind of logic, modern logic, symbolic logic. God knows what kind of logic are we talking about? We're standing in quicksand. How can we possibly get a foothold? Starting out, crawling before you walk, before you run kind of thing. And we're going into non-existent dodo paradoxes? Holy cow, man. Right?
That's obfuscation.
So I just wanted it has to be, right? This is why I was upset yesterday, and I had a little episode today, not live, thank goodness, where I was pretty upset as well. But it leads to that idea: is this sophistry? Is this just a mistake? Is it? I mean, I am not a logician. I will say that, right? And that's not my profession. I did not study Aristotle. I've come along with this because Raven started us down this path. And I found, hey, I really like this. And I think Bev agrees, right? Because he's lending his YouTube channel to this once a week. This is good stuff. But holy shit. I mean, where do you get the difference? How do you understand the difference between what's just a mistake, or it's obfuscation, or it's sophistry? How do you then know what is really deception, or someone just misspoke or used a bad example or something? I think that's all rhetorical. I don't know. But to me, this is very simple. This little graphic that's been up here, I think Bev may have taken it down now, but on the YouTube channel, but this little thing about Aristotle, I think, is totally true. Does anybody disagree with what we've read here? This little blurb, 2 paragraphs?
No, I'd be in complete agreement. I think it's really well worded as well. Specifically because he's actually talking about how the formulation of these words, after careful consideration, can aid us into understanding more. That's the bit that we're after. Surely anybody within this arena, which is a discussion, I hesitate to call it a debate arena, because I've never seen a debate around here. It's a bit of a joke, I think. I'm pretty sure it's like an ironic sort of joke statement to say debate anything in this arena. But obviously the communication and the way that we use words to be able to communicate with each other, that's of ultra importance, and that's what this Trivium seems to be for. It's just to aid you to communicate.
It is. I will also say, though, given that we've just talked about how, at least in my opinion, and I think Bev agrees, and I think Paper agrees, probably more people agree, the fuckery that's gone on especially in and around the 19th century there, with geometry, with logic, and with mathematics. And I would say there are other parts. Now, geometry and mathematics are part of the classical liberal arts, as it's known, was the Trivium, and then after that came the Quadrivium, which is 4 subjects. So again, Trivium is logic, grammar, rhetoric, and quadrivium. Let me see if I can get this right. Is geometry.
No. It's arithmetic, isn't it?
It's arithmetic,
yeah.
which includes geometry.
No.
Yep.
No. Arithmetics alone, geometry, astronomy,
astronomy, but
music and
music.
But if you are talking about music, this is not what we think it is, because there are
neither is astronomy, right? Neither is astronomy the way you think of it modern.
Because considering music, it is proportion between frequencies, dividing chord, and how it produces sound in which proportions. So generally, it is about numbers in music.
Yeah,
and
no,
it is not about feelings, how we feel music and so on, the theory of feelings in music, nothing like that.
No, there's no emotions in logic. The way I like to look at it is it's first off, it's number. You learn the concept of number. Then you apply the number to space, which is geometry. You then apply that number to time, music. And then you apply the number to space and time together to apply to what they call astronomy, which is 3D reality, right? So that's all of it together, like reality stuff. That's what astronomy is. And in that concept of the quadrivium.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly. And how much of all of that has been messed around with?
All of it.
All of it.
Yeah.
All of it.
All of it, to the point that they don't even want to hand you the organon, right? The instrument that you're going to be using to formulate all of that stuff from them, right from the beginning, all the way through.
Exactly. This is why I wanted to bring this up, because as we go through this, I need everybody that's going along this journey with us to understand this. First of all, the concepts themselves in the trivium and the quadrivium are not easy in and of themselves, but add to the fact that they've been messed with over the centuries, especially for us today in 2022, right? We can't even get the grammar right. It's like when we talked about subject and predication. How many of us were taught that so that we could understand it? I know I wasn't, and I had a pretty good education.
I'm still hoping we can go over the of and the in.
Yeah, I know, right?
Really. So on and in, wasn't it?
Yeah, mind blowing.
Yeah,
right. Not even the grammar we could get, and of course we had the logic we're talking about now, and then the rhetoric, which we're going to get to. We have already had a primer on that to a certain extent, where we said, in today, modern times, rhetoric is seen as something bad. Can you believe that? Rhetoric, Aristotle, if he existed and has a grave, is rolling over in it.
Yeah.
Because rhetoric is bad, dialectic is good. It's 180 degrees, no pun intended, out. Rhetoric is not bad.
Yeah.
At all.
Like, sophistication isn't good.
It's crazy.
Yeah. These words that have been flipped around. It's no wonder people are confused about things.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. And it's no wonder that we can't have conversations, or it's difficult to have conversations, right?
And we have twisted image of the word, because if we are, for example, reading some old book and the word rhetoric is used, for example, in ancient times, so we can think now these guys were really bad. Really bad, because they used rhetoric, so they were liars, and so on.
They're the sophists. Those guys that talked about rhetoric, they're the bad guys, right?
Yeah. No. The sophists were very sophisticated.
Of course, because sophists, sophisticated. Exactly.
And we don't understand. because the sophistry is so complicated, and it is intended to be that it looks like very smart and very wise, but this is just empty egg. But we have new words, complicated, formulated pseudo arguments. So we are tipping our heads and don't understand anything.
Exactly. And this is why I was getting a little upset yesterday as we were reviewing the video over at Blues, because it seemed like that Betty was getting into a bit of sophistry. That's what it seemed like to me. But it was supposed to be Aristotelian, but it wasn't really Aristotelian, right? Because again, Aristotelian, if we're just trying to get the basic concepts down, then we're talking about reality. We're talking about being able to grammatically use a subject and a predicate and understand that there's a truth value behind it, because now I'm convinced more than ever that with Aristotle, there was always this idea of truth. He talks about ethics, which we're going to get into later as well, which is part of the organon in Aristotle's thinking. Yeah, all of that stuff. And it's hard to find now. It's very difficult to find. You can't just go Google this stuff. I mean, you can, but what you're going to get is the received opinion, right? Everybody knows what the received opinion is? Since Betty brought us that, or somebody brought it. Was it Betty?
An opinion. That's all.
Oh, the received opinion.
Yes.
Is you received it from the shadow giants. You've received it.
His received opinion.
Yeah.
And not only that, but in addition, it is compared to modern logic. For example, so if there is some topic in for example, in Wikipedia or whatever. So if the topic considers Aristotle's logic, you have after that you have comparison to new logic, and they are writing what in Aristotle was good and now is not good because it's outdated, for example. Therefore, he was good, but we have better logic now. So you will never find that statement that Aristotle is universal forever. No.
No.
It was, but now it is not. Because
in fact,
we are progressing.
Yeah. In fact, most of the stuff that I've looked at around Aristotelian logic or Aristotle's logic is how useless it is now. That's what I've gotten. Oh, sorry guys, thunderstorms going on here. If I'm still going.
Yeah, still.
Yeah, if I drop out, then you know why.
Because using Aristotle's logic, you cannot create pseudoscience.
Exactly.
And now this pseudo or priest of pseudoscience are telling stories about everything, and they can, like this professor of mathematics, modern mathematics, this Jacek Brodsky. So his speech had nothing to do with logic and real old mathematics or geometry. That's why they hate geometry, real geometry, and real logic, because this is useless in their new theories, so-called theories. It is useless and harmful, even harmful.
Exactly. All right, that's. I mean, I know we've only been going for an hour, but that's the main thing that I kind of wanted to get out. Bev, was just as I was going through, what am I going to talk about today, and how are we going to? This thing hit me. It just this thing that I found just hit me, and I'm like, wow, we got to talk about this. This is some good stuff here.
And you got two other ones as well, didn't you? That we wanted to go over as well.
Yeah, these. Yeah, the other two that I put in here are really more. It was I think one of them was in a Reddit thread. So these are, this is not by any means a received opinion.
Well, I
These are
mean,
the ones.
somebody's obviously received this opinion.
Yeah.
Or they at least wrote it that
Yep.
other people could receive this opinion.
Yep, it really is let me put it in live chat. These other two things here. Hang on a second. They're really the difference between Aristotle's logic and modern logic, and people's ideas of what that is and why that is. So there's two things. Let me put one in here. Hold on. There's one. The other one. You can bring that one up, Bev. If you want, for the
first one's up.
Okay, and then let me put the second one out, and we'll read the first one here. Mm-hmm. Hang on, I just lost my place. That. Okay, there's the second one. All right. So this was the difference between Aristotelian logic and modern logic. By the way, when I was doing these searches, modern logic was often word was often used for symbolic logic. I don't know if they're the same thing, but I saw them kind of interchangeably used. So, all right. So here's the first one. The main difference between modern and Aristotelian is that Aristotelian logic is bound up with Aristotelian metaphysics. Hold there, because there's that word, and I think we need to talk about it. This is where paper can probably help me may know more about this. Whereas modern logic strives to be independent from any metaphysical commitments. Propositions must have a certain structure in Aristotelian logic, that the subject should fit within his category of substance. We went through all those, right? The categories. And the predicate should fit within his 9 other accidental categories. Remember, we went through those 9 other things. Things like quantity, position. There were 9 of them. We can go through them, bring those back up again. But how you say something about something else, or how you categorize what you're saying about something else. Those are the accidental categories. Aristotelian logic would also say to be careful with what medieval philosophers called entis rationis. Rationis? I'm not sure how you pronounce that. I.e., propositions about privations, privations or absences. These kinds of propositions don't correspond to reality. These kinds of propositions don't correspond to reality, i.e., they are products of the mind. Therefore, things like Russell's paradox, which we haven't gotten into, but we'll probably have to broach it at some point, aren't as important because they don't say anything about reality.
Say that again.
These kinds of propositions don't correspond to reality, i.e., they are products of the mind. Therefore, things like Russell's paradox aren't as important because they don't say anything about reality.
Boom. Paradoxes are of the mind and do not relate to reality.
Mm-hmm. Modern logic would say the structure of the proposition itself is outside the purview of logic. That's modern logicians would say that the structure of the proposition itself is outside the purview of logic. Instead, logic should lay the rules for deduction for already established propositions. Take modus ponens. If P then Q, P and Q. This doesn't give you any rules for the structure of P and Q themselves. In conclusion, Aristotelian logic would include rules for the structure of propositions, which are also bound up with his metaphysics.
I'm going to have to bring it up, right?
Okay, yep.
Mind your P's and Q's.
Mm-hmm.
Said by Emma right at the fucking beginning of the Black Swan bullshit.
Mm-hmm.
Mind your P's and Q's. What they're saying here is they've took that out. You don't have to mind your P's and Q's. They don't have to be based on reality. Well, mind your P's and Q's is that statement to make sure that you base your P's and your Q's in reality.
Mm-hmm.
It seems like modern logic, inverted commas, wants to do away with that fucking principle.
Seems that way to me.
This is another thing, because metaphysics is dealing with forms alone. So forms abstracted from reality. We know that shapes in physical reality are bound to matter. It means that, for example, if you see a pyramid, you can see its shape. You can see its shape only in reality because it has to have matter. But metaphysics is dealing with forms alone. So this is abstracted forms. You are creating, for example, square, and you are talking about angles, proportions between. This is outside of physical reality. If you are talking about that line is perpendicular to
the perfect square.
Yes,
right?
Perfect square
is never achievable in reality, right? It's an unobtainable truth, right?
Yes, and this is metaphysics. It's beyond physicality. You cannot you can imagine a circle, but you cannot imagine perfection of the circle. You cannot imagine perfect circle.
No, you can never achieve perfect circle.
Yes.
But you can definitely imagine a circle, and that circle would be the perfect circle, but you can never get there.
You can have only image of the circle in your mind, but knowledge about proportions, for example, number pi. This is based on what you can think about your image, and this is beyond physicality. So that's why, because meta means beyond generally. Metaphysics, beyond. It's outside of physicality. So we are separating physical reality and how our mind gains knowledge about that thing outside, not that thing as the object, real object, but for example its shape only. So this is the third abstraction, and because some people think that we are starting talking about God and such of things. Not necessarily. Metaphysics is about everything which is outside of physical reality.
Yeah. Agree. So, but let me get this out, because I found this other thing. I don't have it in the live chat, guys, so I'm just going to read it to you. This comes from open.library.okstate. I guess that's Oklahoma State .edu, and it says, "What is metaphysics for Aristotle?" And here's what it says: metaphysics. Metaphysics.
That sounds
for
better.
Aristotle. Doesn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's a bit more street.
Metaphysics. He's an Aristotelian, yeah. Metaphysics for Aristotle was the study of nature and ourselves. In this sense, he brings metaphysics to this world of sense experience where we live, learn, know, think, and speak. Metaphysics is the study of being, which is first the study of the different ways the word be, quote unquote, be, can be used. The primary type of being is the what, which indicates the substance of the thing. For example, when I say a person is good or that a person is 6 feet tall, we are referring to that person. This is the substance. Remember, we've gone over this. All other things are said to be because they are quantities or qualities of that substance. parenthesis 6 feet or good. These are secondary. Hence, substance is that which stands alone or first. I would exist even if I didn't have hair, but my hair could not exist without me. So hair is not a substance. So this is the kind of the definition of what metaphysics was for Aristotle. And I tend to believe that because it's exactly what we went through with the grammar and the categories. So, question: metaphysics as we understand it today, is that what metaphysics meant to Aristotle, do you think? Now, I've read you Oklahoma State's theory
Yes,
of
and
that.
I have another example.
Okay.
Because, for example, you can see a white object. So you can predicate about this object. This is white. This is predication. For example, cat is white. But if you start talking about whiteness itself, this is not, you are not talking about object and his property. You are talking about whiteness itself. You are making from accident, you are ontologizing this accident, which cannot exist alone. But you, in your mind, because in analysis, you are thinking about what? Whiteness. But whiteness, there is not such a thing as whiteness in reality. But you are thinking about something, whiteness. So this is metaphysics. You are going outside with property, and you are thinking about this alone, as it was existent. But of course, you have no such thing in reality as whiteness alone. You cannot meet whiteness lying on the ground.
There you go. There you go. Okay.
Was that clear? What I said?
Yeah. I think it was clear. Again, these words, right? And we've said this before. The words that are used, I don't necessarily think they're used to confuse people, but they can confuse people because we tend to change language over time, right? Anybody that understands what gay meant in the 1920s knows what I mean, right? Versus our modern understanding of that word. So words change. The definitions of words change over time. So I wanted to be careful because metaphysics for some brings up things that shouldn't be brought to the mind when we're talking about Aristotle, right? So that's why I wanted to go there. So everybody okay with that piece? I think mind-blowing piece there, Bev, to Bev's point. These kinds of propositions don't correspond to reality. They are products of the mind. Therefore, things like Russell's paradox, we haven't gotten to that yet, aren't as important because they don't say anything about reality. Yeah. It's linked to Russell's paradox.
Physical reality. To be precise, physical reality.
Yep.
Yeah.
Correct.
It belongs to our mind reality because we have thoughts and we know that I am thinking about something. It means this is something in our mind. But this thought is not expressing itself outside in physical reality and cannot be expressed.
Yeah,
this is only our mind.
A paradox is where there are contradictory thoughts, right? There's a contradiction within the logic expression of how you're talking about things. And the importance of this that I would like is he specifically states that Russell's paradox isn't important because it doesn't relate to reality. It's a paradox of the mind only.
Of course, that's why the lie is only in our mind. Mm-hmm. There is no lie in reality. You cannot say that this object is untrue, this cube or sphere or whatever, because if it exists, that must be true. So you only can create a lie about this object in your mind, yourself, or deceived by the other.
Yeah, bring it up because Bertrand Russell, the guy who they're talking about here, Rumpus said that we would need him, this fella, to define one for us, i.e. the straight line.
Yep.
We need a guy that plays tricks in the minds of people, makes up paradoxes. That's a guy that is admired by a lot of people.
Yep.
I don't know this paradox. It will be first time.
We'll go over it. We don't need to go over it now.
It's really down the rabbit hole.
Yeah.
Go look it up if you want. And look up Wittgenstein.
Yeah.
We talked about Wittgenstein here because Wittgenstein, while he I think Wittgenstein had a little bit of a transformation, and he started going against some of these ideas and was not well received for it, and I think he got blasted for it. He would be censored today, I think, Wittgenstein. Yeah.
Yeah, he wouldn't be where he got to today, in modern times. It wouldn't be allowed.
Nope. He lost the received opinion, I think, Wittgenstein. Yeah. Okay, so the second thing, you probably have to scroll up, Bev, to get the second one again. There's been a lot of activity in the live chat. It's hopping today, the live chat.
Number 2. Yeah.
Yeah, number 2.
Screen.
Okay, so this is a different one. It's not the same one, and it's not part of the one we just went through. This is a different one. And this is talking more about Frege and is it Gottlieb or Gottlob?
Yeah.
Gottlieb, I think. Frege. Okay. So here's what you can look it up yourself. This is from Wikipedia. I'm not putting it in the live chat or anything. This is just what Wikipedia says. All right. Though he was, let's see. Frege is widely. I just want to read this one statement in Wikipedia. Frege is widely considered to be the greatest logician since Aristotle and one of the most profound philosophers of mathematics ever.
Wow, that's a big claim, isn't it? Big that guy up.
Yeah, and if you're wondering, he was born in 1848 and died in 1925. So 18th century primarily there. Just as an aside, so it probably has nothing to do with anything, but there you have it. Okay, so
shadow giant, right? This guy's a big shadow giant.
Big shadow giant.
If you haven't heard of this shadow giant, you should have done.
You need to do some research on this shadow giant. Okay, so this is a person talking about the difference between Aristotelian logic and modern logic using Frege. Okay, all right, so here we go. So the difference is broader than just the approach to predicates. Frege borrowed from Boole and De Morgan the idea that propositions can be considered as variables. So propositions, this is something that was very simple in Aristotle's time, right? You're dealing with a reality. You have a subject and a predicate, and you're saying something about something, and there's a truth value. Got it? That's Aristotle. Yeah? Everybody agree with that?
Yeah.
Now,
link it to Euclid, right? Or you go through the definitions, the axioms, the
axioms,
postulates, and then you get to the propositions. The propositions are literally the proofs, the things that you are going to say about the straight lines and the proofs that you come to. That's a proposition.
Yep.
Yes.
Those
syllogism.
Syllogism. Yeah. Those propositions. Okay. So the idea that propositions can be considered as variables that can have the values true or false. We accept this as commonplace today, but it was revolutionary at the time. For Aristotle, logic is about stating propositions that are true and then proving other true things from them. For Frege, the shadow giant, however, propositions may be used as the premises of an argument without or being committed to whether or not they are true. Get that?
Dodo.
Yeah.
Right? For Frege, let me say it again. Propositions may be used as the premises of an argument without our being committed to whether they are true or not.
Yeah. He wants to add dodos to Euclidean geometry. Right?
Interesting. Or Aristotelian logic.
Yeah.
Right? Okay.
Anywhere.
Yeah. Let me continue. Frege distinguished between thought and judgment. And we all know how much we hate judgment. That's just me. That's not in there. For anybody just listening, that was me ad-libbing. Sorry about that. I'll just go back. Frege distinguished between thought and judgment, which in more modern terminology we might call proposition and assertion. We can distinguish between the thought of Alice is being taller than Bob and the judgment that Alice is taller than Bob. We might observe that Alice's being taller than Bob, together with Bob's being taller than Charlie, entails Alice's being taller than Charlie. But this does not commit us to claiming that any of these propositions is actually true.
Crazy.
Got it?
So he allows to lie. He allows
Say it
to
again,
lie.
paper. Say it again, paper.
He allows to lie.
He allows
you can lie. Yes, you can lie. You can lie.
Yep. Yes.
Well, is he saying
it's more than that, though?
Yeah, is he saying that it's a lie, or is he saying that it doesn't really matter if it is a lie or not, whether it's a truthful fact or not, whether you know, there's no basis on what must be real to base it on. It's crazy.
And this previous statement that thought is not judgment, because this is of course completely contradictory to Aristotle, because thought should be judgment of reality, our judgment of reality. For example, if I say that Kevin is a man, this is judgment of my mind. My mind is judging reality in such manner that I think that Kevin is a man. This is judgment. So it means that this Frege or whatever is dividing thought from judgment. It means that you can judge and think logically, and you can fantasize. I as I understood what Kevin was talking about this Frege. So thought is not judgment. Maybe judgment, maybe, but not necessarily. So you can fantasize and you can judge. Two separate things. For Aristotle, there was only one in thinking, only judgment. That's my notion of that.
I think this is brilliant.
That's it. When we were saying, when Beddy came in last week and did his presentation on Aristotle's logic, we were asking him, what's the difference between Aristotle's logic and Aristotelian logic and Aristotelian logic, all of these different logics, and Beddy's logic and modern logic. What is the difference? And it seems that the big difference between modern logic and, let's say, traditional logic is that traditional logic dealt with reality specifically.
There you go.
As most truthful statements that they could make about reality. And modern logic allows you to go anywhere, literally.
Now, there may be some absolutely valuable reasons to do some of that. I don't know. I know the importance of Boolean logic. I definitely know that. But it's interesting, nonetheless. It's interesting. The idea that logic no longer has to be based in reality, right?
Yes.
Just notions and thoughts.
Yes.
And Aristotle's logic is, it's old. We don't need that anymore. We have this new modern logic now. This is way better.
So,
I'm not so sure it's way better. That's just me.
For example, let's assume that dwarfs exist, and let's assume that dodos don't exist. So we have, for example, dodos are in physical reality, and dwarfs are conjured entities, and we can interchangeably create and deconstruct reality and construct non-reality as reality. So we are bringing dwarfs to existence, and we are erasing dodos or even cats or cows or horses from reality at will.
Correct. Interesting. So those were the three little snippets that I found as I was going, what the hell are we going to talk about today? So I don't know.
So we are going in that new logic completely off from reality.
Yeah, if you're not really in reality, then you're in non-reality.
Yes, and you can use syllogism for non-reality, but Aristotle is the obstacle, because if you are trying to fantasize about not existing things and predicate about them, we have barrier, because you are creating paradox. So this is bullshit detector itself. Paradox is bullshit detector. This is a tool to detect bullshit, because if your outcome is paradox, that means that you started with false premise or pre-assumption. For example, in dodos, you pre-assume that dodos don't exist, and
I like that.
and so you cannot start from non-existing entities, but new logic allows that. So they allow paradoxes. So I think in close future it may be that paradoxes will be incorporated to normal logic thinking. You can use paradoxes in process of logic thinking. It will be good. Why not?
It's fine. Yeah, no problem. It's going to be all right.
Well, you can find them, right? They are useful paradoxes for finding a fallacy. It's like, there's a hunt on for the fallacy if what your conclusion is a paradox, right?
Yes. That's why this is bullshit detector. Oh, my outcome is dodos don't exist, therefore they exist. This is contradictory. If you have that conclusion from this process of thinking, you know that you are in paradox. Therefore, paralogism. This is paralogism because it looks like proper thinking, but it is not. And you have paradox, and this is mean allegedly truth, because para it means allegedly, and doxa it means truth. So this is allegedly truth. So, or apparently truth.
Yeah, a paralogism would be an accepted paradox, right? You've accepted the paradox as the truth.
Yep.
And therefore you are in possession of a paralogism. Right? A false conclusion at the end.
Because if you accept false conclusion, therefore paradox, you are affirming this fallacious process of thinking also. That is paralogism.
And people get upset when you show them paralogisms.
Yes, yes.
And certain paradoxes as well. I mean, that kind of leads to the other thing that we had thought maybe to cover, which was the horizontal paradox. Now that we broached the idea of paradoxes, but that's what I had for Trivium night today. I felt this need to really get a clear understanding of what we mean when we in this server, doesn't mean to be anybody else, but as long as, whether it's Raven going through this or I'm going through this or Bev is going through this, when we talk about Aristotle and Aristotelian logic, we are not talking about Frege. Okay?
Mm-hmm. Or modern, or any modern logic.
Any modern logic. No, we're just trying to be very simple, talking about reality, talking about what we see, what we experience in reality, and that we have certain proofs. Bev's talked about those proofs. He's talked about a proof for proof challenge. This is why no one will take him up on it, I believe, is because when we say proof, we mean like in reality, like reality, like real, like in the real world, not on a computer screen. Yes, in reality, yeah. It leads to the discussion today where I got a little upset at someone talking about horizons and the idea that if I'm looking at a horizon and then I go to another place, is it the same horizon or is it a different horizon? Can you have different horizons? And I wasn't having any of it because it's still horizontal. It's in the freaking name of horizon. And I don't know which came first, horizon or horizontal. Probably horizontal, I'm thinking. But
they're both there at the same time.
Yeah, you think, right?
Yeah.
But the point is, it doesn't matter where you are. It doesn't matter where you go. The horizon is horizontal. Show me a horizon. Even take a picture of one.
The true horizon over water.
It's not horizontal.
Not a topographic horizon.
Yeah. So I got a little upset about that today. But it drove me to this, which I think was pretty good. Thanks, Cleary, man. I appreciate it. Man.
You're at a happy place now.
But I think it led to some good stuff so I think this has been pretty good. This is good stuff, I thought.
Oh yeah.
Yeah,
right,
recap.
That's all I had.
Can we go over? Was it substance, the first one?
Mm-hmm.
Is that the in and on? Like, it's a really short chapter, right? Or whatever. It's a really short book of the organon, substance, because it says at the beginning what can be predicated on, right? Obviously, because that's the subject. The substance is the thing that you are talking about.
Correct. And there's certain things that you can and can't predicate, and that's where the of and in kind of come at it. We can, next Wednesday we can actually go through that again if you want.
I really definitely need to go over that again. To be honest.
It might make more sense now that we've gone through some of this stuff and we've dealt with the categories a little bit, and we've seen how Aristotle breaks things down. And he has a substance. Now, by substance, he doesn't mean like a substance that you find like a powdery substance or anything. No, he means like being, right? That's SE's around, so he knows that we need relied on his Greek, right? For the idea of being, that's what substance meant to Aristotle.
Substance means what it is. That's why
what it is
predicating of what
it's
it
essence.
Is of.
Yep.
And if we are predicating in or on, it means what is in this substance. For example, whiteness is in substance. But we cannot say that humanity our humanity is in a man.
Right.
He is what it is. It is a man.
You can't say white is in something either, right?
This is.
You can predicate of something that is white, but you can't
No, no.
predicate white in something.
If you are saying that something is white, it means that it has property. It doesn't substantiate it. It doesn't make it what it is.
It has white in it. Right. It has white in it as a property of it.
Yes, property of something. It means that you have to have something. For example, if this is idiomatic communication, because if you are skillful in something, you can say that you have skill in you for something. For example, for playing piano. So you can say that you have skill inside you, but this is not what it doesn't indicate that you are new species of pianist, for example.
Yeah, the way to think about it, it really is existence, right? It's like this is why I think Aristotle used the example of color as an example of something that doesn't exist outside of the thing that it's in, right?
Yes.
So if you think about a piece of chalk, right? A typical piece of chalk, a white piece of chalk, right? That the whiteness in that chalk doesn't exist on its own. You can't hold whiteness in your hand, right? It doesn't have being in and of itself. It exists only in that it's in that piece of chalk.
Yes.
Right. So I can predicate on it that way. But it's still hard to get your head around that idea.
But you can say that it has whiteness because you can think about whiteness in your mind, and this is metaphysics, about whiteness itself. What is whiteness? You can think about it, but you can applicate it into reality without matter. So this whiteness has to have matter to be in some matter. But in your mind, it can be in your thought.
Right.
But it cannot stand alone in reality. You cannot do anything with whiteness. It has to.
But we'll go through that. Yeah, go ahead. Paper. Finish up. Finish up.
In other words, whiteness has to have owner.
Yes. And the owner in my example is the chalk. Yeah, so we can go over that next week. Kind of do a backtrack to that, see if it makes any more sense now than it did when we first went through it. And I think was it the professor that said that, or he said that about somebody else? The guy that I was listening to on YouTube that was talking about it said that it'll make more sense as you go through it, through all of the stuff, and you come back to it. You'll go, oh yeah, now I know it. Now I get it. Yeah. So we can do that. Yeah. But today was just want to understand when we talk about Aristotle's logic, what are we talking about? And hopefully that came across today.
Yeah.
Because we still have other stuff to talk about with logic. We have to go through fallacies. We have to go through, through all that stuff. So best that we understand, come to terms, right? It's one of our big things. We need to come to terms and understand what logic are we talking about. Because with all due respect to Betty, he was not talking about Aristotelian logic when he was bringing up the dodo thing. Just not.
Ancient Greeks did know many paradoxes. They created paradoxes, many paradoxes. There are multiple sets of paradoxes in the ancient world, but they are just or for joke or for exercising logic, and because you can give task for the pupil to to resolve paradox. Oh, he could resolve paradox in 5 minutes. He's brilliant. So this it has a educational purpose also. But it doesn't mean that you can use paradoxes to prove something or to use it in science or whatever, to judge reality. This is nonsense.
Exactly. Yeah, so I didn't know if we wanted to go over anything else, if you wanted to go through the horizontal paradox or anything else. I don't know if Bev had to go.
No, I'm here. I'm back.
Okay.
Yeah. It looks like Ruhif might be helping us out with the horizontal paradox.
Yeah, I know the live chat's been just hopping.
Yeah.
Not sure what's happening in there.
Ruhif's back, and he
Ruhif's
obviously
back.
he has said in the past that level is horizontal, and he knows that level being horizontal does not state anything about the shape of the Earth. Ruhif knows that, so he's back here. I don't know for what reason, but welcome back, Ruhif. Good to have you back. I don't know what we could come and explain the model-induced horizontal paradox, if you will. But Ruhif already knows that horizontals are like he's not yet said that horizontals don't exist. So it's pretty obvious that Ruhif is massively confused. Is it a paradox himself?
What is that? Just for my
drop numbers.
I was just gonna say, for my benefit, Bev, can you tell me the horizontal paradox? Just so I have it in my mind.
The model-induced horizontal paradox, right?
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Now, the idea is that geometry states that a line extends to a plane. You've got a point, a line, and a plane. Point is that of which has no parts. You put 2 points together, or separate 2 points, link them together by the shortest distance. That then becomes a straight line.
Straight line. Yep.
That straight line can be extended to a plane, which is a plane surface, i.e. any shape you want, circle, triangle, square. They're built up and made those shapes because they are formed on a plane. That's the shape that you get, right? So that's a plane. Now, step one is, can you have planes existing in reality, right? Can you either imagine or conceive or make a surface or whatever in that plane surface? Think of a glass window for instance, right?
Yes.
Pane of glass. Step two would be, are you able to make that plane horizontal in reality, or vertical, but implication of one to the other, geometric principles?
Yes.
Now, that you being able to do that comes with the geometric consequences, implications, that you can have all perpendiculars to that plane would be parallel. It's a geometric fact, right? It's a statement within geometry that you can make. When you know there is a plane, you can have perpendiculars to it. Now, the problem comes that if you can place that plane horizontally, then all of those perpendiculars to that horizontal plane would be classed as being vertical.
Correct.
And the paradox is induced with the model because the model dictates there are no parallels, especially verticals. So the paradox is made by the model being there. I don't have a model. I don't have a paradox. I'm fine with all perpendiculars to a plane being parallel, and also fine with that plane being horizontal. It's fine by me. No paradox. Thus, model induced horizontal paradox.
Hence the need, am I correct then in saying that hence the need for a different geometry?
You've got to come to the resolution, right? Either to make it not a paradox or to accept the paradox. There's got to be some sort of mental process that goes on if you want to keep the model, right? Then you either have to accept the paradox or you have to justify it as a not paradox, or
right,
you get rid of the model, then the paradox disappears.
But you'd have to do one of those things if you accept that, as you said, the geometric principles comes. The consequences of those geometric principles come with having a horizontal or vertical plane. Yeah.
So you could dismiss the geometry, right?
You can hand wave it.
Sure,
You can try that.
Yeah. But then you would be, by consequence, you'd have to get rid of pi and, all sorts of other squares. Obviously, they have to go. You can't have them.
Right.
You can't have triangles and the geometric proofs involved with that. You can't have pi. There's all sorts of consequences. But people do that. They just hand wave dismiss geometry. Euclid, it's old, antiquated. Some old dude wrote that book. We've got modern stuff nowadays.
Right.
Yeah.
Same as Aristotle, right?
Yeah.
Same thing.
I think that there is no other way, because I have heard discussion between Wiki and some Russian scientists who lives in Switzerland, I think, and she was or is professor and some kind of astronomy or astrophysics or whatever, and he asked her about this model that is inconsistent, and she considered that it may be possible that they should change model, but I think model of reality of our heliocentric pseudo reality, but I think that this is impossible, because it would mean that you have to reverse all this pseudo education. You have to have another two or three centuries to brainwash humanity to create a new model. So that's why I think that they are recreating geometry, logic, and so on to keep this model on the table. Still, they cannot change model because of practical consequences, because they would have to build new model, and I think it would take more than a century to build model and to brain wash people with this new model. So they are trying to dismiss logic and geometry and to create new geometry to support this existing model, I think.
Yeah, I would agree with that.
Good to have Ruhif back in the chat. So many classic quotes from Ruhif. One of the most severely model afflicted people, and it's good to have him back to explain these paradoxes, because there's definitely more than one. The model, modern logic and modern geometry, obviously, because they've allowed it to be based on not reality, often gets quite hard to prove and ends up with paradoxes all over the place. They don't like talking about them either. Obviously, as you wouldn't. Who'd want to talk about a paradox that you've had to justify somehow? It's good to see the geometries coming back as well.
Good old geometry. Proven.
Yeah, old geometry. That antiquated geometry with straight lines, well-defined straight lines, squares and triangles, all of that good old stuff. Plato in the perfect form.
We moved on. We're on to 2.0 now. Geometry 2.0.
Yeah.
Lots of 2.0s, SE.
Like
Logic 2.0.
Logic,
Geometry
yeah.
2.0.
Yeah.
We got a lot of them.
Add another side to that square.
Uh-huh.
5-sided square?
Yeah, you're thinking of those old 4-sided squares.
The new model.
Stuff. Can I interest you in a shiny, brand new 5-sided square, sir?
Yeah. Maybe a 4-sided triangle.
Maybe
we can replace that old square with a 4-sided triangle.
Yeah.
Illogical, you say? No, that's completely logical.
Yeah.
It's fine. Don't worry about a thing.
Yeah, our logic allows this.
That's
thinking.
right. Goodness.
Yeah. But I mean, we joke about it, but yeah, people actually do that sort of thing. They do. It has to be allowed. Otherwise, you can't think these things. And I think that's what a lot of them done. They've taken this, the reality link of mathematics, geometry, and logic, and they've allowed it to be not reality. They've pure thought, conceptual.
Like this Professor Jacek Brodsky. It is perfect example.
Yeah, that's the guy that we went over on Monday. That was Model Affliction Monday, right?
Yeah.
Or was that Tuesday?
Yeah, Blues warned him against flat earthers.
Yeah.
Yeah. I've not commented on the video at all. If he wants to get the video or anything, he can have a look at it and he can come and have a chat. Say again, we're not flat earthers, so he's got no need to be involved in a battle about flat earth. I'll try not to even mention Earth. I try not to. But it seems like Blue's warning the professor against flat earthers, and I'm not aware that any other flat earthers or any flat earthers have even bothered with that video.
No, they wouldn't.
I made a comment. Like, I saw it like right away, that video, and Blue wasted no time. Don't listen to these guys. They'll be flat earthers bothering you. Something like that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Sort of poisoning the well from Blue.
Yep.
Yeah. Expected. Blue's a bit obsessed at the minute. Alan, what are you doing, Alan? X1 plus X2 equals a straight line. Is X a 0.1 and the other one is 0.2? You draw a straight line between the two, and then that is a straight line, 2 different points. 0.1 and 0.2.
That's what I was going to say. It must be.
That's what it seems like. Some sort of a mathematical formulation of those 2 points.
Yeah. 0.1 plus 0.2 equals a straight. Yeah, I can get on board with that.
Yeah, 2 points.
And draw a straight line.
Yeah, 2 points. They're not the same point. Otherwise, it would be just 0.1.
Right.
And you can't make a straight line from 1 point. You do need 2 points.
It's very true.
Yeah. Well done, Alan.
Yeah, it's good.
I'm not so sure it's worthwhile putting it into a formulation like that. Yeah, it's much better as a straight line, right? Or it being elemental, a straight line, wouldn't really need a formulation like that, mathematical, I wouldn't have thought. Because then you could end up going x1 plus x2. Like, what does that mean? Well, that means a straight line. Does it? Why didn't you not just say a straight line? You just like writing everything as x's and 1s and 2s for some reason. Paige, don't be telling me his model's gone. Oh, it's Rumpus. Don't be telling Rumpus his model's gone. What can he imagine then? He's got a test. Let him do his test. How's he going to imagine a drop? If he hasn't got a model to base it on. It seems ridiculous.
You must be all thrilled that the date is coming soon. Hey, Rumpus?
Yeah.
About a month away? Oh, I'm excited.
I would say that if Rumpus wants to see a drop of the water, I would recommend to go to Niagara Falls.
Yeah, that's for sure. There's a big drop there. I grew up near there. Yep. That water definitely curves when it goes over those falls.
Yeah.
Definitely.
Yep, I seen it personally. Yep.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, Essie. Yep.
Because of the vertical change?
Yeah, absolutely. Yep.
Those falls are very tall. Yeah. They're very high.
Down.
Mm-hmm. Down.
Yeah. Do you reckon it differs? That down?
Well, there's people that went in barrels over and they never fell up. They've always fallen down. Yeah.
Uh-oh, Alan. Oh, that's dodgy. Alan's saying in the chat that X1, a point, cannot be horizontal.
Well, a point is just a point, no?
Yeah,
point is that which has no parts.
But don't they have a horizontal at a point? Don't they have every point as being horizontal?
Yeah,
I mean,
that's a problem.
he's telling Ruhif. It's got to be an imposter, that, I think. Alan, are you team Ruhif? Or are you telling him it can't be? Who knows what the model-induced horizontal paradox will what sort of cognitus will be laid upon us because of this paradox. It's all new to us.
The anticipation is, I can cut it with a knife. I can feel it.
Yeah, well, that's a strange one, that. I'm pretty sure Alan's one of the blue things, isn't he? Isn't Alan part of Blue Ops?
I think he is, yeah.
And
I
now
don't know,
he's,
but he seems to be.
he's
Are
in
you
the
sure
chat
this is
telling
sanctioned?
them that points can't be horizontal.
Yeah. Is
This
this
can't
sanctioned?
this
Because
can't be globe
I
council
agree.
sanctioned.
I agree with so far everything he said so far.
Gonna get you in trouble, Alan.
I know.
But you can say also that 2 points can be parallel to each other.
Yeah, that's good.
Total nonsense.
Yeah, and we are with you, Alan. But I'm saying, but just be careful. Don't let those guys see you saying that. They'll be striking you from the Globe Club. Don't think that's definitely not a sanctioned response for you to just come out there and say like that blatantly. I'd be expecting a couple of DMs coming your way, Alan, right about now. If not, you might have already had them.
Oh man!
But thanks for the input. I really like the idea. People coming out here speaking the mind about points not being horizontal. Obviously, because a point is that of which has no parts. It's a no thing. So you definitely cannot have horizontal as no thing, because horizontal is something. It's a very logical statement to say that you cannot have a horizontal at a point. But I can remember saying that a bit ago and somebody told me I didn't understand. Is Rumpus still here? He is. What does he think about that one? From Alan. Not
And
a ball of G's. I thought you were.
Some thought came to my mind. Please reconsider if it is nonsense or it does make sense. To create a straight line, you need just 2 points. But to create curve line, you need 3 points. Because if points are lying evenly, so 2 points will always lie evenly between 2 positions. But to create curve, you need third point to create an angle, therefore curvature. Does it make sense to you? That for a straight line you need only 2 points, different in space, but for curve you need 3 points.
Well,
because
3
you
points
cannot
would be an
create
angle, though, wouldn't it?
because you cannot create angle between 2 points. You have to have 3 points to create
To get a
angle.
To create an angle, but a
Yes,
curve is denoted by a radius. 2 points.
Yeah, I was gonna say you need an arc, right? You need a circle.
Yes, but on the circle you have all points in different positions. I mean uneven. So you can on 3 points you can always create angle. There is no position where they are even, these points on curvature. They are always creates angle between.
Yeah, but is an angle curvature?
Yeah, it's not. An angle isn't by definition, right?
Yeah, it's just the amount
meaning of two straight
turn
lines.
between 2 straight lines. The inclination of one straight line to another. That's an angle. There's no curve. Nobody's ever been able to define a curve to us. Because How about it's undefinable? I don't know. Well, how would you define a curve? There's a lot of things that people use the words of that we like to try and clarify, right, with the definitions of things. But we've noticed that anything involving curve is vague as fuck because there's no definition of curve.
I would say that this would be opposition because in Euclid is that points are lying evenly. So for curve should be that they are lying unevenly.
Well, a circle is even, equidistant. You know, it is even. But the problem is that if you say a radius or a straight line is 2 points, then the circle or the circumference of the circle is just an accumulation of the points at a certain distance away from another point. So the circumference of the circle, as stated as a point, it's not real. It's not there. The point is no thing, and it's just an equal distance away from another point.
Yes, I know. But you can create curvature which is not a circle. It's just ondulation or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
For example, spiral or whatever. So
yeah, but it doesn't really define it, does it? You have to define them individually according to the characteristics of the curve that you're talking about. Therefore, in order for you to do that, you have to say that curve. And that's why they have a problem defining it, because they can't define that ever. It seems to be a problem that people have, especially when they're not dealing with anything in reality. If you're talking about a conceptual something, how do you say that curve? It's a tricky subject, especially when you get into, I don't know, what would you call it? The philosophy of a curve? Or the geometry of a curve even, right? How do you talk about something that you can't define to talk about? It's a tough one.
But you definitely can distinguish between curve and straight line. That's for sure.
Yeah, it's differentiated from a straight line because it is not a straight line.
Just for the record, Alan, you know who Alan is, huh?
I don't personally.
My buddy Ali.
All right. I could have sworn I've seen Alan Beck over the part of the Globe team.
Nah, he's not. He's not part of.
No.
I can assure you, he's not part of the Globe team.
Well, that explains why he says a point can't be horizontal. Oh, J-Ro, what the fuck? That's disgusting, man. Why do we want to see that?
Rumpus is writing water levels are not used to establish horizontals. I am not subject expert, but I think that this is not the case.
Yeah, I've got Rumpus blocked, so if there's anything good or particularly sophisticated responses that Rumpus is trying to get out, any paralogisms that he holds. If there's anything good, let us know. I'll talk about it. Other than that, I'm not really interested in anything. Rumpus has got a text. If he wants to come in and have a chat, be fine.
He will rumpus the discussion.
Mm-hmm.
He always do.
Yeah.
Does.
Yeah, but we're keen to talk about the model-induced horizontal paradox and to see how they resolve it, how different people resolve it. Yeah, and they go against geometric proofs and definitional proofs that are, established in their God, Wikipedia. Imagine that, being a Glober in 2022 and going against Wikipedia. I mean, surely they'd be able to change it. Get it to say whatever they want. It's weird that they haven't tried doing that yet, isn't it? Imagine having a water level and Wikipedia saying it's a tool to establish a horizontal line or plane of reference. It's amazing.
2,000 years and they didn't invent anything better. That's strange.
Well, nobody's actually wrote it down, the change that the Discord Globers are telling us that has occurred within level. Nobody's actually wrote it down anywhere. It's amazing, in all of the dictionaries.
It would be the greatest discovery in the world.
But they forgot to change the dictionaries. It's really weird, that. Perhaps you guys should do something like that. Like, let's do an awareness campaign. That the dictionaries, how wrong the dictionaries are. And how upset the Discord Globers are. That the definitions of these things. I mean, even mathematics states, as we went over today, mathematics states that a horizontal goes from left to right across the page and is parallel to the plane of the horizon. Imagine that.
Blasphemy.
Yeah, I know. And then nobody's bothered about them doing it. Like, the whole of mathematics is so wrong. And yet they're just allowed to say it. I don't think anybody's ever called them flat earthers yet. But I think it's not far off. Imagine saying that the horizon's horizontal. Shocking. Especially maths as well. I mean, do they not know about new maths? Modern maths. Modern geometry.
You gotta get on the 2.0 bandwagon.
Mobius is asking Ruhif how he compares his curve to a horizontal, what tool he uses. You know what tool he uses to compare the horizontal with a curve? A level. I'm not too sure what's going on there. That's got to be a stolen concept fallacy. He's going to use a tool called a level to prove that the level of the water isn't level like the auto level horizontal?
Seems impossible for me.
Yeah. Yeah, stolen concept fallacy, right? You steal the concept of horizontal, of level, to prove that level isn't horizontal.
You need new tool for that.
Yeah.
Because old tool doesn't work with curvature.
Stolen concept fallacy. I mean, we will get into all of the fallacies in sophistical refutations eventually, but
is there any tool to establish curvature? Maybe in reality,
no,
I don't know.
You can't. Since you can only measure point to point, and as we all know, that point to point is the shortest distance, a straight line. Also, a curve is generated as a radius at some point. All curves will have a radius value to them, even if it differs. Each different part of the curve will have its own different radius value. So that's how you actually tell a curve, is by making a radius. Then it's still just 2 points. Even the curve is 2 points, just a moving, one of the points moving, one static. So all tools are just point to point measurement, straight lines. You have to, first off, you have to define curve. So it's okay just stating it, but how do you define it? That's one of the best things that we've been dealing with this Trivium, is the grammar and the use of the words and the definitions, and how you come to the definitions of something, how to define something, which we're going to have to go over again, because that's brilliant. You go one step backwards on the Porphyrian tree, you state that fact, and then you state what is the difference that denotes the new thing you want to define.
Correct.
That's genius. Within the definition has to be related to the thing that you're talking about. That's how you define it. In the like the grammatical statement, or the way you carefully formulate the words to state something about the thing. It is. Hence, definition. And how would you, in that sense, like we've just said, you take one step back and then you state the difference. Where would you go for curve? You could only relate it back to the straight line, and then say that it is that straight line affixed at one of the points at a certain distance away, and the movement of that I would say that would be the only thing, but you're just dealing with 2 points again. And the movement of one of the points, but at every point that it stops, you're still talking about 2 points.
Yeah, it'd have to be something outside of a straight line, right? Because the straight line is itself a species. I don't know if it's, well.
Yeah. You could go back to the straight line, the 2 points, but then you would have to state the difference between that.
You would need compass for that, I think.
Yeah, I'd say like one of the points would be fixed, whereas a straight line, the points are fixed, right? Both of them, or just 2 points.
See, this is where I think going through an exercise of taking some of these geometric terms and putting them on a Porphyrian tree.
Yeah.
And seeing how that works, because I'm not sure where a straight line would be. I don't like. Are there different types of straight lines?
It has to be elemental, right? The end of the line
it must
is
be
the
end.
straight
That's
line.
what I'm thinking.
Yeah.
That's kind of what I'm thinking as well.
Because you can't state that a point is the end of the line, because a point is a no thing, and you can't predicate upon nothing. So you have to start at the straight line. That is the proposition number 1, isn't it? Within Euclid.
Problem is that you have only one straight line as species. You cannot differ from that.
Right.
But you may have many curves, many different curves.
Correct.
So in species of curves, you have many examples. But in straight line, you have only one straight line.
Straight line would be, I think you're right, Paper. I think straight line would be the equivalent to Socrates in the example, right?
Or to
it's the individual.
Or to humans, because only one species is rational. We have many species of irrational animals, but only one species of rational animals, that is man.
I'd have to think through it.
So this is in species we have only one. For example, if all lines are genus, therefore you can divide it into two different species: curved lines, which are many different, and only one species of straight lines, because you cannot differ one straight line from another straight line. They are the same. So this is only one species of one form of straight line.
I think you're probably right. The problem is, in my mind, I was talking about taking a picture in your mind and creating that thought. I was picturing a straight line that had an angle to it, but you really can't have an angle to a straight line. Of a straight line, I should say. It just is a straight line. There is no angle to it unless you're comparing it to something else, which gives you another straight line to then create an angle from. So as I just talk myself out of that, I think you're right. I think a straight line just is. There aren't any other types of straight lines.
You can always perfectly overlap two straight lines. But with different curves, you cannot do that. You cannot overlap perfectly two different curves. That's why generally straight line is only one line. There are no different type of straight lines, but you can create different types of curves.
Yeah, I think so. Sorry, I had to take a call, guys. By the way, did you see, Bevan, in the live chat that I think the Alan is somebody else? It's actually somebody who's in.
It's Alan.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. It's like no wonder why we agreed. It's like all right.
He's cool. He's one of us. He's really the cool dude.
Yeah. Like, wow, all right. Sorry about the misunderstanding.
Have you seen what Ruhif has put? It probably maybe even be triggered by Ali. But
Ali is old school.
Ruhif's put here. Mike says vertical is perpendicular to the straight line / plane of horizontal. Ruhif 2022. To which Ruhif puts at a single point. Every point has its own vertical / horizontal. All points have their own verticals and horizontals.
How far apart are those points?
So you need 2 points for that. because you have relation between something, 1 point and 2. So as I said, you can have perpendicular points and 2 points and parallel 2 points. It doesn't make any sense, but okay, in fantasy world.
Well, I mean, all points is how many points? Infinite number of points, and then you have infinite. That's just one small problem.
Your fantasy level is low, Grasshopper.
I guess.
You have to pick up your fantasy level.
It's got I've done some definitions of, because Ruhif wanted to talk about plumb lines, and we talked about hanging. Does a plumb line hang straight down? And he agreed. Yes, he said yes.
What other way would it hang down?
Right,
other than straight?
So then I hang a perpendicle is anything hanging down by a straight line. That's a perpendicle, i.e. plumb bob. Now, it also says for perpendicular, it says right underneath it has got perpend, to weigh in the mind. That's a good one, isn't it? You weigh something in your mind to perpend. Perpendicle is anything hanging down by a straight line. Get it? The weight, straight, right.
Correct. Yeah.
That's why perpend is the straight path in the mind, supposedly, right? You don't want to be getting all mixed up in your head with your perpend if you're thinking about something. You don't want to mess it up. Keep it straight. And then it says perpendicular, a line crossing the horizontal horizon at right angles.
Ooh.
So that's perpendicle, anything hanging down by a straight line, and perpendicular, a line crossing the horizon at right angles. And then it says again, perpendicular, crossing any other line at right angles. So the horizon or any other
But first horizon
line. Yeah, horizon first.
So this is a reference frame or reference point.
Yeah.
To other planes, not horizontal planes.
Like
So
we
this
were
is
on about
derived-
definitions, right?
Yes, so this is derived from vertical and horizontal, real vertical and real horizontal.
Yeah, horizon. Yeah, the horizon. And then it says my favorite word, one of my favorite Scrabble words, perpendicularity. That'd be a good one to get in a song, Cleary. The state of being perpendicular, i.e. either crossing the horizon at right angles or crossing any other line at right angles. And then it says again, perpendicularity, two meanings. Well, just a clarifier. In the direction of a straight line up and down. So that's pretty definite, right? The straight line up and down relates to the horizon and a vertical, whereas the other one, the state of being perpendicular, could relate to any line that it is perpendicular to. It's interesting that the two different definitions of perpendicular and perpendicularity. One references any straight line, and the other one purposely references up and down and horizon. To which Ruhif showed us a definition of earth, but little e. And then it says noun. In the definition that he's got earth, little e, it's got often initial capital letter, but not showing it there. I mean, why?
Yeah, you missed.
How confusing is that?
E.
Yeah.
I know, right?
At least give the other definition of earth that says soil or the dirt or the land or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
You've got to differentiate big E from little e. Surely. That's not right. But I don't know whether that definition, that's obviously maybe a bit of a failing about the big E and little e, but he thinks that counteracts the geometrical principles of perpendicularity and straight up and down. Even Ruhif agrees that a plumb bob hangs down in a straight line. Don't know how many different downs Ruhif has. Personally, I only have one down. It's like a common down. I think we all have a common down.
Yeah. Well, one is like those is you know, like mono, like one, like mono. I mean, you know, that's so old. It's like monotheistic. We don't have that anymore. You know, it's ridiculous.
Is there a universal down? Is down a self-evident thing?
I think it is.
Well, yeah.
I'd say that there is up and down, absolute up and down. Up is sky, and down is ground.
Yeah.
And it, because some people say, and flat earthers also, that it is relative to our body or whatever. I don't agree, because we have up sky and down earth, and these directions don't change.
Yeah, I would say even on their model, right, they have a bit of a problem, because not all verticals, or no verticals are parallel. It's not possible on their model induced problems, right? There's a paradox in there. But when you say it like that on their model, when you understand their model, you have to have a vertical not being parallel, but going all the way through.
Yes, of course.
Right, and then what happens to that? You've got up being one direction and down being the other direction, but that then developing into a down changing into an up again.
Yes, I know.
There's
I know.
a paradox.
Of course, I am aware of that.
Yeah.
But they have another problem, because they need gravity for that. You cannot have that without gravity.
But
And,
gravity to them is the concept of down. Gravity is exactly the same thing that makes a plumb bob do what it does, hang perpendicular.
Yes, but I mean Newton, specifically Newtonian gravity. They need Newtonian gravity for creating not parallel verticals. They have to have Newtonian gravity.
Yeah,
mass attracting mass.
In order for them to have verticals not being parallel, they need a vertical to change from being up to down back to up again. in one direction.
Yes, of course.
That's how ridiculous that concept is. They need to completely flip down to up. I'll put that again. Down to them is not a universal. Down to people with a model, a particular model, have down as every direction. Not just one. Every. Which is fantastic. And I'm pretty sure Ruhif would have to agree with us. He's saying let's use the word plumb. Plumb bobs hang. Plumb bobs are perpendicles. Things that hang down. And can we get a definition of down from Ruhif? Is it a universal down? Does Ruhif have... well, he's got Rumpus there. I mean, is Rumpus still in the chat? I bet Ruhif won't want to talk about down if Rumpus is there. Because Rumpus has a differing angle of down. I think Ruhif might have to have that too. He might get bullied by Rumpus.
Differing angle, but I'm wondering whether they would say it's still universal.
Well, I'd always be asking, what the fuck are they measuring this different angle from?
Mm-hmm.
From the center of supposed globe Earth.
No. You have to have a reference of either vertical or horizontal, don't you? In order to measure your angle from.
You should, yes.
Right, but they're measuring the angle of a plumb bob down. So what do you reference that to? The vertical. You want to reference the vertical to vertical and come up with an angle. That's genius. Not so sure they've seen that one yet, but they will do eventually, hopefully. What do they reference their angle from?
They just extend radius of supposed globe Earth outside of surface of the Earth, and this is their vertical. In fact.
Yeah, but then they are forced into saying something stupid like, this vertical is a half a degree off this vertical.
Yes, of course. Of course. That's why they need new mathematics and new geometry, because this old geometry cannot help them.
Oh, have they added that in? Let me check that. Water level. Do you want to... Nobody post anything. Let's just see whether we can get them, how close we can get them together to see the evolution of Wiki level. There you go. The water level at each end of the tube will be at the same elevation whether the two ends are adjacent or far apart. water levels have been used for many years, and they've added, so a line between them will be horizontal at its midpoint. I take a bow. Thank you very much. Who's the guy that said that these twats change their argument based around what we say? They've now got a horizontal at a midpoint, which is a truthful statement, right? The whole line is horizontal.
At all points.
Yeah.
That's funny because all the physics, fluid mechanics and stuff, they all say it's horizontal at all points along even pressure state.
Yeah. It's good that they've put horizontal at its midpoint, because then they know that all of the points are horizontal, right? There's no different horizontal at its midpoint. Doesn't curve. It's not at a higher horizontal, is it? It's horizontal at its midpoint.
I think George brought that, or was it Rumpus that first brought that?
Right, it says, this is the whole new bit, this. Thanks, Starcotter. You get this. It says the water level at each end of the tube will be at the same elevation, whether the two ends are adjacent or far apart. So a line between them, 2 points, a line between them will be horizontal at its midpoint. Yeah, the whole line will be horizontal. I would expect the midpoint to be horizontal too, because the whole line between those 2 points is horizontal. Has to be, right? But then it says, and a shed base, brackets, building foundation, or similar structure laid out using several such lines will be, bracket inverted commas, horizontal within building tolerances on any scale over which use of a water level is practicable. Practicable. Water levels have been used for many years. The water level is lower tech than the laser level, and it can be more accurate over longer distances and works without a sight line, such as around corners. To avoid error, the water should be at the same temperature. But that's a new one. They've added that in. They've added loads of new things in.
Third time in 2 years.
Yeah.
2.5 years. They've changed that definition.
At
least.
I would say that we are responsible for that. Horizontal at a midpoint. Get away.
Well.
You crazy fools.
Don't want to blow our own trumpets, right?
Yeah. But they are lying very, very carefully, because if they add it at midpoint, it doesn't exclude any other points.
Yeah.
So if you would ask them directly what they mean, they could say, I only meant that it was one of many points. So they are counting on your over-interpretation or globe over-interpretation of this statement.
It says,
because this is not overt lie. This is covered lie.
It says whether the two ends are adjacent or far apart. So a line between them, between the 2 points, the two ends. A line between them will be horizontal at its midpoint. There's only one way that's possible, is that the line between the two ends is entirely horizontal.
I love this.
The surface of liquid water to establish a local horizontal line or plane of reference. Local to the 2 points.
Extendable.
And it does say, the two ends are adjacent or far apart.
Yeah.
I love this.
Mm-hmm.
I love it.
How easy.
So how much I love this. I bet a buddy of mine $100 that this would be edited. I said, I'm not shitting you.
Yeah.
I bet a buddy of mine, he's like a normal guy. I go, I'm going to take a screen grab of this, I said, I bet you within a year this will be edited.
Yeah, well, we've got the original one.
And it has to be like a legitimate edit. We went through this. I got to find the Slack conversation. I went over this like 2 months ago with a buddy of mine. I go, they're going to have to edit this. Holy shit. And this is what he says. This is what normal people say is the most damning indictment of their argument.
Yeah, you're right on, Mike. You said it in the live chat. So great to show normies, and that's why I love it as well. Because the conversation we had before on the Trivium part of the show, when we said about things being messed with in the 18th century, and people go, "No, come on, you're just a conspiracy theorist." Yeah, here you go. It's happening right now in real time as we speak. You fucking assholes. So keep it coming.
Yeah.
Keep it coming.
Seriously. The biggest indictment before this with my buddy was when they went in front of Congress with YouTube and said, this is what we're going to do and this is how we're going to do it. And we're going to, push down, misinformation and all this shit. And you know what they mentioned. And now I said, watch Wikipedia, bro. We're going to make them change Wikipedia. And he's like, And so there were so many parameters to this bet. I bet this guy all the time money. And we had a ton of parameters to this bet. But he goes, it needs to be like a legitimate change. And I'm like, dude, watch me get Wikipedia to change the He goes, this is so fucking obscure. I go, trust me.
Yeah.
Water level device is going to get changed. I'm literally going on vacation with this guy next week. He's the best man at my wedding. I'm not even going to present it to him until I get out onto the beach. And I'm going to go, dude, you owe me $100 fucking. I love this.
It's awesome. And they can't help themselves, right? This is the great thing about deception. Well, it's not great about deception, but it's the great thing about these deceivers is they can't fucking help themselves. They can't. They have to do this shit, and you're not stopping this shit, guys. You're not stopping it.
When was this change made? Can somebody go into I'm on my phone.
Yeah, somebody will be able to go and check
the history on it.
With it,
Gotta check the history. I just want to know when it was changed. I want to see who the username was. Oh, I fucking love this. This is so great.
It is great. It is great.
Thank you. All right, I'm going back on mute.
All right.
Horizontal at the midpoint. Thanks, Stark Order. Yep. We're unaware of that, and like Mike said, he made a bet that somebody would change it, and boom! Look at that. How surprising is that? Why did they bother changing it? Why have they put a horizontal at a midpoint? Wonder who's helping them with that.
Yeah, why would they feel the need to change that? I wonder.
And then Stark Order, what's even better is Stark Order, right, is highlighting the bits that they've added as his proof.
Oh, it's freaking fantastic.
So I tell you what we'll do. We'll just add some bits and then we'll go, look at this. Look at these bits. This is what
definition.
You can't say horizontal at his midpoint. Well, a horizontal line, right, is horizontal at every point along it, because all of them related to any other point will be horizontal.
That obviously was changed by somebody that's never used one practically.
Yeah.
Obviously.
Yeah, clearly.
Yeah, water level is horizontal at his midpoint.
Anyone that's used one practically, I mean, I have. You that's ridiculous.
Well, and it goes against what Ruhif just said, because Ruhif says because that is the humpist or humper, depending on which one you choose. That is the humper argument.
No,
right?
no.
The midpoint is the hump.
No, not according to that statement, because it does say a line between the two ends would be horizontal at its midpoint. So a line between the two ends is a straight line. No. You can imagine it's a hump if you want, but it's not. It's just a straight line.
But here's why. Here's what. You're both right. You're both right, and here's why. They took the fucking picture away. That's the other thing. They took the picture away. The picture only shows two ends with a straight line in between. Well, at least what Stark Otter is showing is it in Wikipedia?
I'm gonna have to have a look at that. Now I'll go and have a look.
No, if you go on the website, the picture is still there.
Oh, the picture's still there. Okay.
Yeah,
but there's no midpoint. How are they representing a midpoint if the picture's still there?
I've just been and had a look at the edits page. Have a look at that. See when they were.
1 week ago.
1 week ago.
look how many have been made in 2022.
Wow.
It's so awesome.
Holy shit.
You found it
We did that.
quickly? You think you
We
might have
did
had
that.
any knowledge?
Oh, look at this as well. Oh, if the water level is used, often dye is used in the water, blah, 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 blah. The automatic window washer fluid can be used for antifreeze. So operation of the device will be more precise, repeatable. Let me go back a bit there. This liquid solution will flow more easily and more rapidly in the tube than plain water. So operation of the device will be more precise, repeatable and responsive, particularly when using a small diameter tube.
Ooh.
That's good. Different fluids. Automotive window washer fluid can be used for antifreeze and increased visibility. Additionally, it inhibits the formulation of air-causing bubbles. That's good. Handy to know. Yeah, it's still a water levels device showing both ends at the same height with a dotted line between the two. Now, they say it's horizontal at the midpoint of the line drawing between the two. That's a horizontal line, right? Definitely.
Can we get them to change it to a curve?
Well, that's the ultimate, isn't it? Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
I don't want to make that bet because I don't think they'll ever do it. But man, I would love.
At least raise that bit in the middle, like
yeah.
High, but the same elevation, but different.
Well, so it looks like, does everybody agree? It looks like May 2020 is when that change was made by random engineer.
Yeah.
Added local before horizontal to clarify that the water level establishes a local horizontal only and should not be used to define a global horizontal.
A global horizontal, you see?
Mm-hmm.
There's the paradox.
Global horizontal.
That's yeah.
Begging the question again.
Yeah. Well, no, that's a contradiction, right? Unless they're giving a bit of the game away.
Yeah, I know, right?
How can you define a global horizontal? How do you do that?
Yeah,
that's interesting.
Look at January 2022. Added notes distinguishing between level and horizontal.
Oh, there's notes in there distinguishing. Where's that?
28. This is in the list of edits that DB put in.
But where's the? Yeah, but that mustn't have been allowed. That can't have made it in? Where's the difference between level and horizontal? I don't think they have.
Added notes distinguishing between. I don't know. You'd have to look at the notes on the page, on the wiki page, and see if there's a note in there that.
No, there's not. There's no notes.
Thank God for the audit trail. The Wiki audit trail is the greatest thing ever. I love the audit trail.
It's great. It's so good.
Yeah. See, also
This is the kind
siphon.
of stuff that it's like what you said, Mike. This is the kind of stuff that brings the normies around. And you go, what?
100%. You just go, okay, well then why are they fucking with Wikipedia? And people go, wow, that's really weird. And what I said to a friend was, I go, watch this page particularly. And he's like, why this page? And I said, because this is where the argument is right now. It's on this specific wiki page. And this page is going to change in the next year.
Damn. For the third time. That we know of.
They are trying to fix the problem.
And the best part is the fixes don't help.
Yeah.
The fixes make it more ridiculous.
The fixes shows they dishonesty.
It shows the paradox, right? The globe model induced paradox about horizontal. The water level at each end of the tube will be at the same elevation, whether the two ends are adjacent or far apart. So a line between them will be horizontal at its midpoint. I agree. The line between them will be entirely horizontal. It establishes a horizontal plane of reference. That's what the tool is.
Yeah. That straight line sits within a horizontal plane. If the midpoint's horizontal, the whole thing's horizontal.
Yeah.
Okay. There is no other way.
And there are only two ends. Why reference the midpoint?
Right.
What's up with that?
Who was that? That was that Curved that originally said
It's
that?
all of them.
Yeah, well,
it's all of them, because that's the point where the sagittal must be for their model induced problem.
Do you think the next? Do you think
it could be blue?
The water level is a tool that works where the tool isn't.
Yeah.
It's most accurate where the tool isn't actual physically there.
But what's really strange is, you know, when we did a test to show a shared straight line segment, you know what we did? We added that midpoint in to help us with showing the shared straight line segment. So normal water levels don't have the midpoint to check. But when we were doing our Euclidean book 11 solid geometry proposition number 1 within book 11 to show a shared straight line segment, to show all of the points within a plane are lie within the plane, we added a quarter as well, not just a half distance, a quarter distance, just to show shared straight line segment. Coming soon this summer. Shared straight line segment 2. Geometric boogaloo. Let's go for that. Hey, let's go. Team straight line. In fact, we can do that, can't we? They've changed the definition within, so we can check that that midpoint is in fact horizontal, like Wiki have done. They've added it in so we can test it for them and show a shared straight line segment. Horizontal shared straight line segments linked to geometric radii for circles. And just to show that, we can show the tangents as well, to show the perpendicularity of the tangents to the straight line. For secondary proof. In reality.
Do we think that we're going to see another change that modifies that picture?
Well, if we try to help them prove that that is a horizontal all the way across, like the Wiki said, with the water level, I mean, yeah.
But they're going to have to change that, no, to show the hump, don't you think?
I don't think it says a hump. Yeah, yeah. I would. I hope that they would. I mean, if we can come up with the geometric proof to show that it's a shared straight line segment all the way across, like they state a horizontal, then I guess that would sort of prove that Wiki's correct and the horizontal line is entirely horizontal with the horizontal point in the middle as well. I mean, it's a bit strange to say it's a horizontal point, but what you could say, because you've already drawn a line from one end to the other, you could say the midpoint to one end is horizontal, and also the midpoint to the other end is also horizontal. Right? You can't necessarily say, like Ali said at the beginning, you can't have that one point being horizontal, but that one point being on a plane or a line that is horizontal can be said that all points on that horizontal plane or line are horizontal. So I'm liking it. I think when we first spotted the local addition to the change of Wiki, that was over at Nathan Oakley's, and Nathan said, "What are you going to do about that?" And I went, "It doesn't make any difference really, does it? The addition of local makes no difference at all, because all surveyors survey locally. Like, where else would you think you would survey and use a level? Right? You'd have to be local to it. Otherwise, how would you cite it? If your eye isn't local to the eyepiece of the auto level, how would you use the auto level? It's crazy. If you weren't local to the bit that you were meant to be surveying, how would you survey it? So the addition of local was ridiculous, but I don't think that was a good addition. This one's a new one.
Especially because, you know, if you could...
Yeah, you're a bit in and out there,
every other word, Mike.
No,
getting every other word, Mike.
The word local, blue and underlined.
We're not getting that, Mike.
And like,
not getting anything really.
To local, and the definition of local would have to be
nothing. Breaking badly.
This is painful.
Yeah, he'll catch up in a second.
Yeah, he's lagging out that bad that he can't even hear us talking to him, telling us that.
Yeah.
A single.
Yeah, we
But
didn't.
I would say that every physical object has a location in physical world.
Oh, there he goes. Hopefully he'll pop back on it. That was a long time.
Yeah.
Mike was talking.
Yeah, that was spot on.
We need to get that back.
Spot on if you heard that. That's what it sounds like.
Perfect, Mike. Yeah. I couldn't have said it better myself. This has been good. This has been really good. By the way, extremely this whole thing here about in the last little while is exemplified modern logic. I think this is what's going on in the live chat. Ruhif and Stark Otter, definitely not Aristotelian.
Yeah.
Yeah. Just to close the circle on that, because I'm going to have to leave in a minute.
Yeah. Well,
Good
yeah.
stuff today.
Yeah, thanks for that, Stark Order. They're just adding the bits, right? I mean, in order to find a definition, you add to it and show the difference, but they're adding a difference to show that the line is entirely horizontal. Do you think that may be? Somebody's heard that there are a group of people that want to unclamp that horizontal. They want to lift the center up a bit. And somebody's come along and said, that entire line, even the midpoint, it lies on that horizontal. I think that's what they meant to do there. Possibly. Somebody's heard that somebody else is fucking about with a water level.
Mm-hmm.
But I don't know. I mean, who are we going to have to talk to? I'd like to hear random engineer. If he wants to come and have a chat about that, whether he meant to just point out that the center point is also the same horizontal, definitely not bendizontal. Maybe they could do that. Do you reckon? They could add in bendizontal. So yeah, we'll do the geometric proof and add that to it and help Wiki to show that center point is also on the same horizontal. The entire thing is horizontal, straight line across. I mean, can you even imagine? Oh, spot on. Are you around here? Not listening. Oh man, be so happy with this. Because when we were doing the test originally, we said about the center point. It was like, why do we need a center point? Why is it needed? And I said for this, because that's the bit that's in question. The center. And Ruhif gave us the Ruhif numbers.
Center of the hump.
Yeah. The drop or the hump. That was the question. Right? The Globers say there's a drop. There's a paradox led in the middle of that. The drop or the hump. They're both different. They both travel in different directions. The drop is a downward and the hump is an upward. The hump is the midpoint with the upward travel, and the drop is the bit at the end with the downwards travel, whilst being both and all points at the same elevation. It puts them in a terrible position. There you go, check that out. Shared straight line segment. I love it. The model-induced horizontal paradox is struck again. Big time.
By the way, just out of curiosity, I was looking at the edits on that water level in Wiki, and that random engineer 111 only has one contribution.
What?
And it's that
to Wiki.
Yeah.
Man, you can't do that. That's
One
not
contribution.
allowed.
When we discovered that it had been edited the first time, I tried to edit it back again, and you have to jump through so many hoops to edit Wikipedia.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, you have to have been there for a bit, editing all sorts of
Mhm.
things, don't you?
Yeah.
I would think, right? But
Yeah.
if this is accurate, it only shows one edit.
Nice. And it's that one about the midpoint.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
It's adding level. I can't find the actual midpoint. I can't find that specifically. Maybe it's just that page. I could be wrong. It might just. No, I'm only seeing one. Let's see.
I'm glad you picked up on that, Kevin, because I so wanted to delve deeper, but doing other stuff.
Edit count.
Wiki edits. It's a good one because today's Wednesday, Trivium Logic, and then tomorrow we've got geometry.
This is great. So yeah, so I just looked at it a little bit deeper. Wow. There's a user ID, basic information, user ID. There's a user ID, registration date, 2020-05-30. That's May 30th. First edit, same day at 11:33. Last edit, same day at 11:33. Latest logged action, that same day at 11:26. Total edits 1.
Wow. So the account's only been made on the same day that the edit was made, the one and only edit. Ah.
Yeah.
Now
that's interesting, isn't it?
Yes. That's come from the higher powers. That's council sanctioned adjustment. That's the red carpet council sanction.
That sure as hell is. Wow. All right, this is good stuff.
We might even have to go over that then as the edit. I mean, yeah, we'll have to check that over. Worth going over.
Mm-hmm.
Not that I have a problem with it, right? Because it gives us more geometric proofs for our test. It may even have been there to help us.
Could have been.
I definitely didn't do that. Yeah.
I was just gonna say, are you random engineer 111?
Yeah.
Come on now. Fess up.
Yeah.
Dang.
So would you call that a definitional edit? I mean, is that what Wiki is, right? It's in trying to describe the water level. Is that the Wiki's definition of the water level brackets device tool?
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah. So it's not a redefinition. It's just an extra clarifier, right? It's an addition. It doesn't change something that was there before. That particular bit that's been added. And I don't know whether it is different. I like it. I do. I really, really like it. Let me see. I just want to get a clip of this. And then a water level device it's definitely got a lot bigger than the original one, or the original. I'm going to call it the OG. There you go. I have to add it to level horizontal. Update. Water level device update.
There's another one. Hasn't changed for thousands of years.
Yeah.
Till now.
Yeah. This is 2022. Come on, get with the times. Obviously, somebody has seen the necessity to add that the midpoint of that line that's deemed to be a horizontal plane is also horizontal. It's on the same point, same line. That's obviously what he means by this. And I think he must have heard somebody stating that they're unclamping these horizontals. Wanting to bend it, to lift it up in the centre. You've obviously heard of people around this arena wanting to do that. So somebody has added an edit to this. To make sure that the line between them will be horizontal at its midpoint. To point out that the midpoint of the line between the two ends is horizontal. Of the local
Therefore,
device.
No sagitta.
Yeah, no sagitta, right? You can't have a sagitta on a horizontal line, can you?
Rather not.
There you go. Boom. There's no sagitta stated by the edit to Wiki about the water level.
Not yet.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Absolutely no sagitta on a horizontal line.
Nor would there be, right?
Or any curvature, any lifting, or any drop even. Not even a nutsack mentioned. No hump, no drop. I wonder whether we could relate that to Rumpus and the Bedford Canal as being a water level. You putting the kettle on?
Yeah, good stuff. All right, guys, I got to run.
Hey, see you later. So cheers for
All right,
coming
thanks.
tonight again, Kev.
Cheers. Yeah.
Yeah,
it was
thanks.
good. Nice chat.
All right, we'll do more next week, and tomorrow's Euclid night, so
Yeah.
we'll carry on. Yeah, this will be good.
Well,
Good chat.
straight line and yeah, I'm having that.
All right, guys. Talk to you.
All right, see you later. Cheers, Kev.
Yep.
The water level is lower tech than the laser level, but it can be more accurate over long distances. Local long distances. Local to the ends of the water level long distances, I'm guessing. Again, long distances, 2 points at either end, straight line, and the bit in the middle is also horizontal, just to state that to everyone, in case anybody's thinking there's a hump or a...
It'd have to be local in the middle,
Yeah.
because that's where it's most accurate. You have to disregard the two ends now. It's accurate in the middle.
No, it's horizontal all the way along.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Damn.
This edit is to point out that the entire line, even the center, is horizontal. There can be no hump. And obviously, horizontal is a straight line. So again, it goes to prove that there is no higher point in the center. All horizontal. Basically, it goes to tell you that the elevation being the same at either end is because it's on a horizontal. Yeah, everybody's like upset about them changing it to suit their needs. It's not to suit their needs. They can't imagine that a straight line, a line from one end to the other, being horizontal at the center, supports a globe model. How's that?
Maybe with new geometry.
You'd have to have some really confused thinking in the thought process to be able to put that to add a curvature to a horizontal of even elevation at either end, horizontal in the middle. How could you have a straight line that's only horizontal in the middle? Does that make any sense to anyone? A line from one end to the other water level at each end of the tube will be at the same elevation whether the two ends are adjacent or far apart. So a line between them, that's a straight line between them, will be horizontal at its midpoint.
Therefore, it will be a straight line through the whole distance.
Yeah.
Also.
Yeah, that's like that's double cutting down on the fact that there is definitely no curvature to that line.
Yes, I cannot imagine how it would support their claim.
No.
The hump, because it's debunking the hump.
Yeah. And it's debunking the drop too. There's no elevation change. The midpoint is on the same horizontal. There's no drop. There's no hump. Just horizontal. It's good. Local horizontal line or plane of reference. And that plane is the straight line between the two, which is horizontal. It's said that it's a horizontal line or plane of reference. The tool establishes a local horizontal line or reference, right? Obviously. I think that they put that one in, a local horizontal line or plane of reference. For the water level. Have you ever seen that one where they show a picture? I think B-Ball does it most. There's a guy who's got a short water level, and then he looks at the building in the distance. Well,
I didn't see that.
Have you not seen it? I'll show it you next time when we get it. Somebody should be able to show us that. B-Ball will show us it. In fact, I've seen it recently. B-Ball posts it all the time. It's a guy who's got... Imagine you've got like a 2-foot water level, and you sort of using it as a dark shark, a sighting tool. And you can look into the distance past this 2-foot water level. Well, it's only local to the water level. You can't apply that to miles in the distance, can you? It's not applicable. The water level is a local tool, right? You can't imply that it goes beyond that local tool to establish a horizontal where it isn't. Ricky has been taking pictures again. Oh, thank you very much. Honeydew melon. Thank you. What's this? Mobius line segment. That's good. Geometry's helping us out pretty good, I think. And agree. Ruhif agrees that horizontal is a straight line. And a water level is a tool for establishing a horizontal. These paralogisms must be tough for them, really.
Cognitive pain.
Mm-hmm. Geometry deniers. They were denying that even Wiki. Yeah. Thank you, Stark Otter. Because what was Stark Otter trying to prove? Triangles having more than 180 degrees not actually being triangles, and them three angles are going to make a triangle that's not a triangle proves that verticals aren't parallel to Stark Order. And now he's give us this way of finding that there is a horizontal. Would all perpendiculars to the horizontal established by a water level, would they be vertical? I'm wondering. I mean, I would say they would be. All perpendiculars to a horizontal plane will be vertical, right? So in the middle of the water level, we have that horizontal. Could we have a vertical that would be perpendicular to the center point and each end? That wouldn't be possible on a globe model, would it?
You are too cruel for them.
Can't say that I'm smiling. Well, yeah, I can say that I'm smiling. It's fucking ridiculous what the globe model has had to do. And I can only say that all of these adjustments seem to not help them. I don't see how they're getting help from this.
So they are shooting their own foot in desperation, I would say.
We've got them in the chat. There's two things really that we talk about. We talk about horizontals being parallel geometrically, and the consequence of that, perpendiculars, but also triangles, because that's the triangle axiom that states that triangles have 180 degrees, and there's obviously geometric proofs, mathematical proofs that triangles have 180 degrees, but they're not allowed on the model. So we've got a guy in the YouTube chat right now who says, no, you don't accurately describe the globe model. Verticals are measurably not parallel. And large triangles measured on the surface of Earth reveal spherical excess. Extra angles, that is. For extra than 180. That's a plus angle.
But you cannot have a curved adjacent in triangle. That's the problem.
Well, triangles, there's a proof in mathematics that triangles only have 180 degrees. So you'd have to be denying that proof to come up with extra angles. I mean, either that or use the dilithiism, Plopper dilithiism axiom, where you can have two truths. You can have triangles having only 180 degrees and a little bit extra at the same time.
Not with straight lines. With the straight lines, you cannot have more or less.
Yeah, that's why there's a proof within mathematics that triangles only have 180 degrees, because they don't have any more. Ever. Because if you don't have straight lines, you don't have angles. It's pretty simple. Somebody else has got another one. He says triangles don't have 180 degrees, denying mathematical and geometric proofs in our live chat. Not us. I'm not doing this. Some people have been triggered into thinking that triangles have more than 180 degrees. And now I don't know who's told them this, who's the big leader. Maybe they're following Gem Panda, some school of geometry that we're unaware of. Maybe they have a globe surveyor that they can cite that's told them that triangles can have more than 180 degrees.
Global
Larry Scott's actually measured it, right?
Pardon?
Wasn't Larry Scott actually measured it?
Larry Scott's measured what?
3 points having more than 180 degrees.
3 points having more than 180 degrees?
Yes, internal angles.
3 points as in a triangle. 3 points, 3 coplanar points.
Yes. The internal angles having more than 180 degrees. Therefore, it's not Euclidean. It's not a Euclidean triangle.
3 coplanar points establishing a triangle on a plane, a two-dimensional triangle, as we know what a triangle is.
We're in three-dimensional space.
Yeah. Yeah, in reality, yeah.
Plane. Right? Mm-hmm. Two-dimensional plane in three-dimensional space. Right?
Yeah.
But each of those points, because they have a different horizontal and vertical to the other 2 points, that's what gives you the spherical excess.
Sorry, say that again. 3 coplanar points.
Those 3 points.
Mm-hmm.
Right? Those 3 points. Right? Any 3 points can make a plane. Okay? We agree with that?
Yeah, 3 coplanar points define a triangle, yeah.
Right?
Mm-hmm.
But that triangle, because each of those points on the surface of the Earth have a different vertical and therefore a different horizontal, then if you go and measure the horizontal angles between them in those 3 angles, you get more than 180 degrees. Therefore,
Wait
That
a minute. You
surface
say
is
horizontal angles.
non-Euclidean.
Do you mean on the azimuthal? If you measure from point A to point B from point C and do that respectively from all of the other points, yeah? And you measure
the
those
sum will be greater
angles
than
on
180.
an azimuthal.
Horizontal angles, yeah, sure.
Yeah. You're saying 3 angles of a triangle will add up to more than 180, you say.
Therefore, that triangle is not in a Euclidean surface.
But if you are connecting 3 points with straight lines, you already have Euclidean plane.
I can't hear you. Hold on. Speak up.
If you connect 3 points with straight lines, they encompasses 2D surface inside. So flat plane. Therefore, you have.
But that flat plane is not the surface, right? Like I said, any 3 points can make a plane, right? But those 3 points, the real world plumb lines at those points are not perpendicular to that plane.
This is possible.
They bend outwards a little.
What?
This
that plane.
Do you?
That's
Sorry,
plane.
you're saying that the plumb lines will? Did you say bend outwards a bit
from each other? Yeah, they're not parallel, right? So that
plumb bobs will bend outwards from each other
relative to each other. They are not parallel.
Bend though, is that a wise choice of words? Do you want to
not
try
a
that
good
one
word?
again?
They are not parallel, right?
And what do plumb bobs? What do plumb bobs have to do with a triangle?
Well, that's where you establish your horizontal plane from each of those points.
From a plumb bob. A plumb bob's a device for establishing a vertical.
Right. And from that vertical, you establish a horizontal, and from that plane, that's where you measure the horizontal angles.
No, you measure the angles on an azimuthal from each point.
I just use the word horizontal angles. Azimuth implies a compass, which we can say azimuth, that's fine. Horizontal angles.
Horizontal angles. Yeah, okay.
Right. So those three points, any 3 points can make a plane.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yep.
That plane is not parallel to the horizontal plane that is established at each point.
Well, if you use a tool called a level, then the entire plane would be horizontal. Is there a difference? I just said a tool that called a level.
Right, and we've had this discussion a million times.
Yeah, and tools that you call level establish horizontal planes of reference. All of them.
A water level does not establish a horizontal plane of reference. It will approximate
That's what it says. No. Did you not see what they've just put? Did you actually see it?
I'm driving, so I can't see anything.
Okay.
No, I'm driving.
Starcodder did that. You've had an update. Somebody's updated the water level device. But just the beginning of it states a water level is any device utilizing 2 or more parts of the level surface of liquid water to establish a local horizontal line or plane. That's a water level. Is a tool for establishing a horizontal line or plane.
And if you're going to appeal to Wikipedia, I'm going to appeal to dictionary.com that defines Earth as a fucking sphere with a polar diameter and a equatorial diameter.
That's got nothing to do with level and a water level. That's what we're talking about, Rudolph.
Yeah, I reject I reject that a water level establishes a horizontal. Do you reject my definition of Earth from dictionary.com?
Littly or biggie? I definitely don't go with littly. Yeah, not littly.
Definition of Earth. Definition of Earth, polar radius, and equatorial radius. Do you accept it?
No, little e.
No, okay. I reject water levels establish horizontal.
Mm-hmm.
Is that okay?
That you reject a water level establishing a horizontal plane?
That's absolutely fine, Ruhiv, because nobody cares.
Thank you. Thanks, DP.
Nobody cares.
Well, we already knew that you have to reject it, right? That's your horizontal paradox.
You have to reject the definition of Earth.
Ruhiv, you have no definitions. You don't have.
Exactly.
You're not a definitional person. So what's the point in talking to you?
Yeah.
Exactly.
Why are you here? Why are you here?
Definitions.
Why are you wasting our time, Ruhiv? Take it somewhere
Definitions
else.
Definitions are descriptive.
Take it to somebody who gives a shit, Ruhiv. We don't.
Not prescriptive.
Ruhiv, fuck off.
No, let him finish with his definitional talk.
Yeah.
But he doesn't care about definitions, Bev. What's the point of listening to somebody who's arguing about definitions who doesn't care?
Everybody knows now, though, right? You've got to let him have his say. It's Trivium.
Got 6 notifications. I can't read notifications or tags.
Go on then, Ruhiv. Spout your shit that nobody cares about.
Okay. Definitions are descriptive. They describe how people use those words to convey whatever idea they're trying to get across. They do not prescribe meanings. They're not authoritative.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, we agree then, right?
Well, it's a water, any level tool establishes a horizontal plane of reference.
Yeah, I disagree with that.
Yeah, I know you do. Yeah. There are a lot of people. I know you're like one of the forerunners for the horizontal paradox, right? You're giving people, allowing them to have this horizontal paradox, right?
It's not a paradox. It's only a paradox because you equivocate on the word horizontal.
Equivocate on horizontal, you say?
Yes.
Go on. Give us, how do we equivocate on horizontal?
Okay. I hang a plumb line and I can establish something that is perpendicular to that plumb line. Okay. I will call that horizontal.
Mm-hmm.
And then what you guys
perpendicular to vertical. Right?
Yep.
Mm.
Yeah. You guys take that, translate it into, Euclidean geometry axioms, and therefore declare that all horizontals are parallel.
Sorry? You equivocate
you take that.
Verticals
being
perpendicular to horizontal geometrically.
When I say horizontal, I just mean whatever is perpendicular to a plumb line.
Yeah, vertical.
Okay? Then you equivocate on the meaning of that into Euclidean geometry.
Equivocate what though?
And switch meanings.
Equivocate
Equivocation is switching meanings.
What, a vertical or horizontal?
Or both, I guess.
Wait, so what is the equivocation that you think we're making?
Yeah, my plumb line is not the same thing as the vertical referred to in Euclidean geometry.
What vertical equated to in? Show us that. Where does he equate that vertical?
No, you do. This is what you do.
What? You know, in Euclid, he mentions vertical angles, right? Well, that's not a plumb bob, right? I don't equivocate vertical angles with a plumb bob.
Euclid just talked about drawing on paper, right?
Are you sure?
12 notifications.
Did you never heard?
Pages having a go.
Have you never heard of solid geometry?
Yeah.
Yeah, you have heard of solid geometry. Do you think that applies to drawing on paper?
3D geometry, right? Conceptual geometry, not measurements in the real world. Okay. A plumb bob
solid geometry
is a real world thing.
Yeah. Solid geometry is talks about spheres.
Give me 2 minutes. Hold on.
Really
Good morning.
Yeah.
You should have went when I said Ruth.
Yeah, don't scare him away. He's talking.
This is too good, DP. We've got to keep him here as long as possible. I mean, stuff gets recorded and kept. Like, literally, his grandkids can come along and listen to this in, years' time and find out how fucking stupid their granddad was.
But Rohif started with the triangle with curved lines. That's why I was asking how he connected these points.
You best check that, Ruhif, when you started with the triangle having more than 180 degrees, did that triangle have curved lines?
The lines, yeah, they follow the surface, but you can extend those lines up, right?
So you have angles to curves, do you?
You can make the points have curved lines to the like against the surface.
You can't measure an angle to a curve, though, can you?
Of course you can.
Where?
No,
because measure an angle to a curve.
No, you to measure this angle.
We're measuring horizontal angles. The vertical component doesn't matter when you're measuring horizontal angles. It doesn't matter whether that line curves because you can extend it up or down.
No, because to measure that angle, you have to draw a straight line anyway. Because you cannot measure
angles do not require straight lines.
You cannot measure angle between a straight line and curved line. You need.
You can measure angles between curves.
No, you can't.
Where's the definition of that, Ruhif, please?
Show us how it is
Where's the
done.
definition, Bev?
Definition of an angle to a curve, please. Just give us it.
No. Definitions, Bev. If I gave you y equals x squared and y equals x cubed, do you reckon I can measure the angle between them? I can calculate the angle and measure it, actually. You guys can't because you fucking failed calculus.
Problem is that you need to draw straight line to that curve to measure an angle.
If I don't have a straight line, I can draw a tangent at that point. There's my straight line. Problem solved.
So it's a straight line, though, Ruhif.
No, you don't have
You
to
can't
have a straight line.
draw a straight line to say you can measure an angle to a curve if you've had to draw a straight line to measure the fucking angle.
Bev, can I measure and calculate the angle between those two curves I gave you? Yes, I can.
That's not what you said before.
You can't measure an angle between two curves. It's not possible. You need straight lines, Ruhif.
Just because you guys failed calculus, not my problem.
Can you measure calculus, Rumpus?
I can measure the angle between those two curves, yes.
In calculus, or actually measure
and measure it and calculate it with calculus. And guess
measure an angle between two curves, then.
Yes.
Go on.
I can't while I'm driving. I'll be home in like 20 minutes.
It'll have to be very variable because you'll have to go like 42, 43, 44, because it's a curve.
Yep,
rather
exactly.
Than a straight line where you know exactly what the thing is. Is it equity?
Yes, even my partner's sitting here shaking his head going, what the fuck is this guy on about?
Okay, can someone have a calculator there and I'll calculate.
No, measure, Ruhif.
Yeah,
measure. You do not measure with a calculator, you moron.
I am driving a car.
Yeah.
Right. I will calculate it now, and when I get home, I will measure it. Okay.
You'll calculate.
You calculate the answer and then go.
Calculate pre-measurement, a pre-measurement calculation of an angle to a curve.
3 out of 10. Oops.
Are you really this dense, man?
This is brilliant.
71.
You genius.
71 and a half. Keep that number in mind.
7 what? Where are we going? Where the fuck are you doing this? What are you doing?
Right, I have calculated that the angle between those two curves, x squared and x cubed, will be about 8 degrees. Okay, I will go home and show you the measurement.
Okay. Brilliant.
Yep.
Can you show us the curves, the two different curves? Can you define the curves first? And
y
then
equals
show
x
us.
squared and y equals x cubed. The angle between them will be 8 degrees, 8.1 or something like that.
Is y a straight line?
Y is the axis.
Is that straight?
Yes.
Okay. So y equals x squared, and is x another axis?
Yep, it's also straight.
Okay, and a square of a straight is a square.
What?
A square of a straight is an actual square, right? So you've got a straight y, and you've got x, which is also straight, and a square in your geometric.
But do you understand y equals x squared is a parabola? You know what that looks like, right? It's a curve.
The square of x.
Yeah. So if x is 3, y is 9, right?
Yeah.
That is a parabola, okay?
What
You know
x?
what y equals
If you mark x at 3 and y at 9,
yeah,
that's 2 points on a graph.
That's 1 point. That's 1 point on a graph.
Okay. Oh, brilliant. 1 point on a graph with x and y, right? And you saying that point is curved?
No,
or
I'm
is that
saying
the point that
graph
you're
of
measuring
all
the angle
points.
at?
Do you actually know what y equals x squared looks like?
You're talking about 1 point. You've just calculated it.
I put a picture in the chat.
You've calculated it.
Yeah. Someone put a picture of y equals x squared.
Right. Okay. Now, where's the angle measured?
All right. So where those curves intersect.
Oh, is that
in
emerald?
fact, tell me where they're going to intersect, Bev.
What?
Where are those curves going to intersect?
Where? It looks like they intersect at 2 points, right?
Yeah. Well, we're going to do one of those points.
Right. So you're going to measure an angle at a point.
Yeah. Which point do you think you're going to choose?
I don't know. Like you tell us how you
X
measure an
equals-
angle at a point.
I mean, which point do you think they're going to form an angle rather than be parallel or the same?
Tell us what you describe as an angle.
The angle between those two curves at x equals 1.
Okay, well, I'll just go over. A plane rectilinear angle is the inclination of two straight lines to one another, which meet together but are not in the same straight line. Just to make it clear for everybody, right? What is your definition of an angle? Because this one here says that two straight lines.
Yeah, the separation between 2 points from a third point.
But you're only measuring an angle at a point, right?
Yes, welcome to calculus, Bev. Welcome to calculus.
So it's not 2 points then, right?
Hang on.
Or 3 points. I mean, how many points do you need? You only need one. Measure the angle at a point, Ruhif. Genius. This is what the globe does to you, isn't it?
Welcome to calculus, Bev.
Globe model affliction. We've got Ruhif thinking he can measure an angle at a point.
Using calculus, of course.
Using calculus.
Measure
an
angle at a point using calculus.
Calculus.
Genius.
I said calculate using
should
calculus.
Be recorded.
Yeah, record. My prediction for what I'll measure is, I think it was 8.1 degrees.
An angle at a point.
How can you measure angle at a point?
Yeah, you'll see when I get home.
I am talking about measurement, not calculating.
Yeah, I understand. This is fun. Did you guys actually do calculus at school or not?
So calculating is not measurement. So I am asking, how can you measure angle at 1 point?
Yeah. And the fact that you don't understand what calculus is tells me
I
that
am
you can't do
talking
it.
measurement, not calculus. Calculus
Right.
means calculating, and we are talking
Right.
about
No, calculus
measuring.
isn't calculus. Calculus
So
is actually calculus of the infinitesimals.
Who wants to take bets on how?
You said you'd
Who
do
wants,
2 things, right? You've done one
who
of them.
wants to take
He's
bets
asking
on
about
how
the other.
Ruhit's actually going to do this?
Thank you. Cheers.
Right. He's
how's
asking what are you
Ruhit gonna
going to do when you get home to actually do
Oh,
the
here's Emerald White Knighting for him. Like, it's
Yeah,
all right.
White Knight.
Ruhif can handle this all on his own, Emerald.
I
Don't
reckon
worry about
Ruhit's
Ruhif.
gonna-
He's a big boy.
Ruhit's going to measure it in his computer.
Unless you think he's doing badly and you're coming in to save him. Is that what you're doing?
Does Emerald know? Was that Emerald before?
Yeah, it was
Emerald knows
Emerald.
calculus, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, I'm just asking because
what-
it didn't seem like you were answering whoever was his question. Like, what is going to be your methodology to measure an angle at a point?
Oh, to zoom in, right? Calculus is calculus of the infinitesimals.
Zoom
zoom
in.
in, zoom in. If that's not far enough, zoom in some more.
Zoom in.
Zoom in.
Tiny protractors. I've got a meme for that.
Hey, I
The fact
trademarked
that you don't understand calculus.
Tiny protractors.
Yeah.
So you will be measuring by calculating at a point.
No. I've told you I've calculated it at 8.1 degrees, I think. I'll double check that when I get home.
That's right.
And I will zoom in as far as you like.
Tiny protractor, right? At hand.
No.
For measuring angles.
I will zoom in as far as you like to measure that angle.
And you will use a magnifying glass or what to
Zoom in,
measure?
GeoGebra. GeoGebra can zoom in
So
infinitely.
Ruhit, you're going to put a protractor on the screen and measure the angle that way, yeah?
Exactly.
Nice.
And those are two curves, and I've measured the angle between them.
Why? You said that you will be at a point, not at a curve.
Again, that's coming from a fundamental misunderstanding of what calculus is, or lack of understanding.
Tiny protractors again. I can't believe we're here again.
Boom! Look at that. Do tiny protractors. You know what they say? Hey, Roo, the smaller the protractor, the more accurate the measurement.
It's not the size of the protractor; it's the angle you measure. Mm-hmm.
The more you zoom in,
yeah, tiny. The tinier your protractor, the closer you can get to a point. Nothing.
Exactly.
With your protractor.
Well done.
Yeah.
Well done. You nailed it.
Yeah.
I hope everybody else is listening to Ruhif's paralogism here. And all of you Globers, if you're listening now, take this on. Measuring an angle at a point between two curves.
Yeah. This is Am I going to measure 8.1? Is that going to be a correct measure?
I don't know. I'm pretty sure you could say, see, 8.1. Yeah. But it's not at a point, is it? Because in order to measure an angle with the protractor, you're using two straight lines.
Okay.
Yeah.
If my second and third points are infinitesimally small, infinitesimally far away.
You just said second and third points, not one. Like you've contradicted yourself already, Ruhif. You're adding extra points to make two straight lines.
You don't know what calculus is. Calculus is short for calculus of the infinitesimals.
I am wondering why do you need two other points when you need only one?
Yeah, because they are infinitely small. The distance between them is infinitely small. Do you understand that?
So they are at 1 point then. So they are 1 point. 3 points are 1 point then.
Yes, basically. That's the essence of calculus. That is the essence of calculus.
3 is 1.
Points are
three into one. When three become one. Is that two? Sorry, two become one. Not three. Expand on it.
Was that Kylie and Jason as well?
No. It was not Sporty Spice. Baby Spice.
Baby Spice.
Yeah,
Baby Spice.
This is simply you guys misunderstanding what calculus is.
Obviously.
Yeah.
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 Mm-hmm. Yeah, we
Nothing
don't
to do with
understand how you can make
ab-
1 point into 3 points.
And absolutely
limits.
nothing
At
to
a
do with you
point.
being a stupid fucking twat, Ruhif.
Yeah. As the
Absolutely nothing
distance,
to do with that.
as the distance between those points approaches 0, the angle approaches 8.1. That is calculus.
I'm just going to point out, Adam's asking, what exactly is Ruhif's point here? How to make an
You can
angle
measure
from a curve. No. Ruhif is measuring an angle from a curve to a curve at a point, 1 point.
No, I'm measuring angles between curves.
Yeah.
Right, 2 curves, I can measure the angle between them.
Yeah, at a point.
And I can calculate them.
At a point, right? Or are we backing across
that's
that
the
now?
fundamental leap. That's the fundamental leap in calculus.
A fundamental leap in calculus is where you take everything down to a point.
Yeah,
pretty much.
Now, in calculus, is a point that of which has no parts or a nothing?
Sure.
What is it?
The fundamental leap in calculus, right?
Mm-hmm.
When the distance between those points is infinitely small, it is the same as being that point.
Mm-hmm.
Right? As the distance approaches 0, the angle approaches 8.1 or whatever I calculated. That is the fundamental fucking point of calculus.
So at a point, you can measure an angle, but the angle is the inclination of 2 straight lines to one another. And in order for you to have a straight line, you need at least 2 points, but you're only dealing with 1.
No, I'm dealing with 3 with infinitely small distance between them, such that they are effectively 1 point. That is the fundamental leap in calculus.
Wow.
So is it 3 or 1? Tell us.
That's the fundamental point of calculus.
Is it 3 or
As
1?
it
Did you
approaches-
calculate?
as
Did
the
you calculate that is 3 points?
This is advanced mathematics, DP, right? Don't be
it's
trying
not.
to confuse
It's fucking
him
year
with
11.
3 being 1. In mathematics, I mean, fucking hell. Could you make 20 points in that point that you could have 1? I mean, in fact, how many points can you have on a point?
How many points can you squeeze into a point?
Yeah.
When we are working out the slope
Do you have a
of
maximum
curve,
number of points that you can fit on a point, Ruhif?
when we are working out the slope of a curve at a point,
The slope
do you know
of a
how
point.
to do that?
The slope of a curve at a
Do you
point.
know how to do that?
Is that an angular slope or?
I'm asking a question.
Slope?
A slope of a
to
point.
understand. I'm asking a question to see if you guys have any idea what calculus is and how.
Yeah, I'm trying to get there. Are you saying the slope of a point? Now, instead of measuring an angle at a point. The slope of a curve at a point.
We're just dealing with one line at the moment, right now.
The slope of a curve at a point.
At a point.
You did actually say that, right?
Yeah. Do you understand what that means in reference to calculus?
Not got an
And would you be
Not
able to
got
do
a
it?
fucking clue. It sounds like bullshit to me, Ruhif.
Yeah.
Sounds
If I
like
had a
you're
curve-
really confused.
Yeah.
If I had a curve and at a single point I drew a tangent to that curve.
Ruhif, are you
Right.
trying to drag everybody down into your confused world?
Did you do calculus at school, DP?
Ruhif, answer my question.
No. Did you do calculus at school?
I used a calculator at school many times.
No.
Yeah.
Did you do
I
calculus?
calculated shit all the time.
Okay, so no. No is the answer to that.
Yeah, is using a calculator not doing calculus? Are you not
No, calculus-
calculating?
Calculus is calculus of the infinitesimals.
Oh, okay.
How
I didn't
calculus is
start-
calculating? How
I
calculus
didn't
is
start on my journey into
calculating?
calculus by calculating things.
How calculus is calculating infinite numbers?
The slope of a curve at a point thing. you know,
It's
making it
complete
up on the
bullshit.
spot, right? So it doesn't make sense
Slope
to me.
of a curve at a point.
Definitely not in any of these sources.
What the fuck are you two smoking? Fuck's sake.
Now, sorry, I got distracted. Yeah, if I had a curve, y equals x squared, and at some point, I drew a tangent to that curve. What is the slope of that that tangent?
But this is not calculation.
I can measure what angle it creates with the x-axis. That's fine. That's the slope, right?
Oh, with the x-axis, that's a straight line, right?
Yeah.
And the tangent's a straight line.
So is the tangent.
Yeah. And so that's why you use x and y's, right? Because you had to put it on a graph that you needed those perpendicular lines in order to do your measurements on, right?
Yep. Take the graph away from behind it and ask him to measure it.
Nice. And then when you draw a circle or a curve or whatever, you're not actually using the entire curve. You're just using points in reference to the axis. And then you're having 2 points making a straight line. And of course you can measure an angle to that. Straight lines. Yeah. But you keep talking a load of bullshit about a fucking slope of a curve at a point.
Yeah. Do you think
Well, you can't have a slope. In order to have a slope, you need a line. Right? You don't have a line, you have a point.
I have a tangent to the curve at that point.
A tangent is a straight line.
Okay.
So you've just developed a straight line from a fucking point.
Right.
Yeah?
Can I get the slope of that line at that point? Yes?
But this is not the basis for your measurement or calculation.
What the fuck's a slope of a line at a point? You can have the slope of the line.
Right.
Right.
So I draw a tangent.
So what's the point got to do with it? All of the points on the line will be part of the line that has the slope on it.
I have a curve. At some point on that curve, y equals x squared. Right.
So the tangent that you've just drawn is the line that has the slope on it.
Yeah, I can get the slope of that line, correct?
You can draw a line on a graph and say that line has a slope. Right? Providing it's not vertical or horizontal, one of the axes, right?
Okay, well, slope 0, horizontal. Right, but I can get the slope of that line. Yes? Yes.
Of course, yes. It's a fucking line, Ruhiv.
So, at that point on the curve,
holy shit.
The curve
what
has
curve?
A slope.
What curve? We're
Y
talking
equals
about a
squared.
line.
No, at the point on the curve, that point now has a slope. The tangent touches it at one point.
Brilliant.
The
You've
slope
made
of
you've
the
made a
curve at
line.
that point.
You've made a line,
Yes.
Ruhiv. Brilliant.
Right,
you
that
can
line
draw a
has a
line on a
slope.
graph. You can draw a curve touching it if you want at any point, right? We're just talking about a random point.
Yep, any point. I can draw a tangent to that curve.
Which is a line.
Right. I can get the slope of that line and then say the slope of the curve at that point is whatever.
No, you can say the slope of the line that you've just drawn.
No,
right?
no. I'm saying the slope of the
But
curve at
you're
that
sort
point
of getting
has a
away
gradient.
from the fact that you were meant to be measuring
I'm
angles
home now,
at a
so,
point.
Yep.
So good.
Give me 5 minutes. I'll be back in 5. Yep.
Can we
I'm
get
home.
the whiteboard out?
So what he was saying that he need different straight lines to measure the slopes on different points. That's why you cannot do it with a curved line. So for every different point on this curve, you have to draw different straight line to obtain an angle.
Yeah, you need straight lines for angles. I mean,
Yes.
obvious.
So you in fact, actually, you are not measuring angle between curves. but only between straight lines. That's all.
Yep. Yeah, Ruhif is attempting sophistry at the minute. Geometric sophistry.
Very poorly.
Yeah.
Poorly,
Very badly.
yes.
Yeah.
But I mean, I don't want to hinder him in his attempt.
Well, just for the entertainment value.
I encourage this sort of stuff.
Yeah.
I love seeing this. I'm hoping that we might be able to get to the model-induced horizontal paradox through this, but seeing as the X and the Y, surely we can relate one of those to the horizontal and the other one to vertical, seeing as they're perpendicular to each other. Do you think he answered you well enough there, Emerald, when he wasn't defining his angles to curves well enough? Strange that he used the tangent, a straight line, and turned to a slope.
Yeah, I think he brought up protractors at that point.
Yeah, you can't have a slope of a curve, though, can you? Like, do you imagine that there's a slope to a circle?
Not just the whole circle, I wouldn't say.
The curve of the circle.
Curve to the curve?
If you pick let's say a specific point on the circle, like the top, there's a sense in which, at the top, the circle is going left to right.
Top.
So it has like a slope of 0.
A top, did you say?
Yeah, so like graph it, and then let's say the point at 0,
the highest point.
And it doesn't have to relate to
of the circle, like in relation to the bottom, right? The higher point in relation to the bottom, because you're not talking about the higher point in relation to the center, are you? Or would you? I don't know. Did you say that?
Talking about whatever point has the highest y coordinate.
Okay, so yeah, when you graph it, then, right?
Yeah, I'm just talking about a graph in this case.
Okay. Again, so you need the perpendicularity of the XY graph. You can't do this without those straight lines of the graphs, the perpendicularity.
I'm just using this as an example. I'm just saying, like, if you graph a circle, I don't even care if you include the grid lines behind it. Like, put your finger on some point of the circle, and, if you were to put, like, I don't know, a rock at that point of the circle,
rock.
If would it fall down? Would it
doing rocks
go to the left?
in geometry?
To the right? Say again?
We're talking about circles and straight lines, like geometric principles, and you've injected a rock somehow. Why?
Well, sure.
Why did you do that?
I'm trying to find a good way of explaining the notion of slope of a curve at a point.
With a rock?
Yeah, maybe that wasn't the best way to go. But
the slope of a curve at a point. Did you just say that? It rolled off your tongue like you've been practicing that.
Well, how would
the slope of a curve at a point? I've wrote it down on the board. That's brilliant.
Could I ask though, how is he going to define a point?
Same way.
Same way as what?
Same way as I figure anybody would.
That of which has no parts.
Sure.
And nothing.
So do you want to say your statement again?
Yeah. So if we've got a curve, let's say, for example, a circle, and we pick some point on that circle, then we say that the slope at that point on that curve is whatever sort of direction the curve is going at that point.
Yeah, but that nothing.
You just agreed to the definition that he read.
That nothing.
But to have a slope, you have at least 2 points being not in the same position.
Yeah, like we said before. Provided as well they're not vertical or horizontal, because they would be 0 slope.
Oh,
All right. Well, what's wrong with having 0 slope?
It's not a slope. It's like a nothing, right?
That's a vacuous truth.
It's like telling us that the straight line is curved line without curvature, or with 0 curvature.
Yeah. I mean, if you define curvature as a property and a straight line doesn't have that property, then yeah, it's got 0 of it.
Yes, the
I mean,
geodesic with 0 curvature.
Yeah,
Yes.
so you could conform to a 0 curvature, right? Couldn't you?
I guess. I'm not sure where you're going with
That would be like straight, wouldn't it?
I suppose.
Yeah. Good.
Interesting use of the word conformation there, to conform to a 0 curvature.
So again, how can you have a slope nowhere at a curve nowhere?
Well, it's not nowhere.
It is. A point is that of which has no parts. It's a nothing. It's a no thing.
Yeah, it isn't a thing. Like, it has no length, breadth, or depth, but it is somewhere. Like, for example, when he pointed out, like, on the curve at, x equals 1 and y equals 1, that's a place. It's not nowhere.
Yes,
it's got some coordinates. So if a curve
the
goes
coordinates have coordinates on the graph. The nothing has no thing. It's only the fact that you have a graph there that you can point that graph. But the thing that you're pointing at isn't there. It's a no thing. You're only pointing at the graph. And as such, there's no slope. There is no curve.
Ouch.
There is no angle. There's no thing there.
Mathematical point has only one property, location or position.
I agree with that completely. It has a location, and that is the location at which you would try to determine some property of the curve.
One location, one single location, not two different locations.
Yeah, I agree.
One.
That is a much better stated definition of a point than what Bev was providing.
So you cannot have slope in one location.
Point.
The slope
it's
is not
a point.
Yeah. In case there's any confusion, I'm not trying to say that the slope is the point or anything like that. Like, obviously, the point is different from a slope, because a slope isn't a point.
It's nothing.
Well, yeah. I mean, in case there was any confusion
Point is
about
nothing,
equivocating
a
those
slope
two.
has a slope to it.
So if you have a slope, we are dealing then with more than one location. And point is only one location.
Yep.
Yep. Is
Hence,
that
those
which
are two
has
different
no
things.
parts?
Yes. But has location. One location. One point has one location. So how can you have a slope in one location then?
The slope at that location would be
Location,
whichever.
one location, sorry, because you said locations. I said location, one location.
Yeah. So given some curve and given some location on that curve, we say that
how do you define the curve again?
Just any curve. Like, you could use, for example,
at a point,
x-squared.
like a point curve?
No.
Doesn't exist, right? So how do you define the curve first, please?
You can define the curve any way you want. You could do what Ruhif did and give a function like x squared or x cubed. You could give a geometric shape like a circle. You could say, just draw a squiggle on a piece of paper and there's a curve. Like, how you're given the curve doesn't really matter.
So curve is not
didn't
allowed.
ask you to give him a curve.
Doesn't sound very mathematical, this, right? You just said anything, anywhere, at a nowhere, a no point, a no thing, right? Any curve that doesn't necessarily have to be defined at all. We are dealing with mathematics here. You're talking about that curve that can be anything. at a point which is nowhere, no part, has no thing there. That's what you're talking about. It doesn't sound very mathematical
you're
to me.
giving very mixed signals compared to what I'm hearing from other people in this room, because you're saying it's nowhere, and this other person is saying it has one location. Which of the two of you is right?
It means that it doesn't occupy any space.
Correct, but it still has a location, so it has
Location,
a where.
yes, only location.
What has a location?
A point. Unless
Right?
you'd like to disagree with that.
Yeah, but you're talking about a curve and a slope.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So this is
So the
many,
curve
many
obviously
locations.
is at more than one location. A
Yes.
single point is not, but a curve has more than one point.
Yes.
Yes, that's
And
true.
the slope is a notion of like direction. Like, is it sloping up? Is it sloping down?
Which has
Is
more
it
than
not
one
sloping at all?
point.
I agree.
Needs,
These are three
requires.
separate
Both of
things.
those things require more than one point, which it would be good to have the definition of those things, seeing as we're talking mathematically. But you're not. You're saying at a point.
Yeah.
Without defining either the slope or the curve. To us, you're just going to magic something from nothing, aren't you?
I'm not imagining.
Oh, no, sorry, not you. Ruhif. Ruhif is... I don't want to be interrupting Ruhif. He's showing us how to measure angles at a curve at a point.
Oh, is he doing that now?
I think so. He said he was just setting it up. Unless he's leaving you to
out
do
for a minute or
this.
two, came back and he was gone. So I figured.
Yeah, he's left you to do it. One of the curves just disappears as I zoom in. Computers, eh?
It's crazy. Oh, a function.
And it's not like a computer's one big calculator, is it?
Geometric principles shown on GeoGebra, right? It's good. We have Euclidia, but that doesn't have any angle measuring devices on it. Although some of the challenges are make an angle of 60 degrees and 30 degrees, 15 degrees, stuff like that. But there's no protractors of any size on it. Can I get a definition from you guys of what an angle is? Because I'd be interested to see that. Because the only definition I've got for measured angles is a straight line, the inclination of one straight line to another. Pretty much like when you see a protractor, you see all of those different like radii type things spreading out, and it's the inclination of one of those to another.
Yes, it is inclination. It was here in Live Chat. Nice short film. How the angle is created.
Because the angle can be considered as the radii, right, of a protractor. So therefore, the being radiuses, then they have to be straight lines. There's no way you can curve any of those. I mean, it'd be ridiculous to curve a radius, coveted R and all of that.
I guess the question I'd ask is that a property of, or is that like a shortcoming of angles themselves, or just of the fact of like the tool you're using?
Shortcoming of angles. What? The straight lines? No, it's not a shortcoming. It's how you can measure angles with the straight line. The inclination of one straight line to another. It's a necessity for angle measurements.
Because if you have straight lines at any point on that lines, you will measure the same angle. Always. It is from Thales proportion.
Yeah.
Thales theorem. That's
yeah.
why on straight lines you can measure same angle at whatever point you choose.
Straight
And
line.
You cannot,
Go on.
and you cannot do that on curved line, because on curved line you need straight line to measure anyway, and at any point of this curve you have different angle measured by support the straight line.
So the question I'd ask to that is, the picture that Ruhuf put in the chat, I think like just a minute ago, do those look like straight lines that you could put a protractor against? The blue and red lines?
Do they look like straight lines?
Those are straight lines?
Was your question, do they look like straight lines? Is that your question?
Yeah, that was my question.
Does
that look like a surface you could stick a protractor up on top of and measure the angle between that red line and the blue line?
Yeah, and the graph in the background are definitely straight lines.
Oh, I'm not talking about the graph. I'm just talking about the red and the blue lines.
Okay. Well, I wouldn't be able to tell, but all I would be able to say about that picture is the graph, the X and the Y grid, it's definitely straight lines. They're parallel, all of those.
Sure.
Yeah.
Does it look like the blue and red lines are also straight?
Does it look like they are also straight?
Well, yeah, it's an image.
Is that a mathematical term that we use?
No, I'm just asking colloquially.
Oh.
Like, if you saw this image...
So not mathematically then? You're showing us a graph and a function on a graph, and you're asking us something colloquially that's not related to maths. Just on perception of looks.
It's related to measurement in this case. I'm asking,
is the function y equals x squared a straight line?
No.
Is the function y equals x cubed a straight line?
No.
So does it matter what they look like colloquially?
It doesn't matter what the whole function looks like, I would say. What I'm asking is, in this specific image that Ruhuf posted, could you, in practice, stick a protractor? If you printed out, a copy of this image that spanned your whole desk, and you got a protractor out, and you stuck it up against that blue line, and then you measured to where that red line was, would you get an angle out of that?
They're both curved lines, as you've just said. So you would be foolish to try and measure an angle between curved lines, wouldn't you?
What would go wrong?
Well, you can't measure an angle between curved lines.
Let's say I'm silly and I try it anyway. What happens?
Oh.
What if I,
have you tried?
If I blow up? That's what I'm asking.
Yeah.
I'm asking, would it be feasible to even try?
Where would you measure the angle between those two curved lines?
I would say you take your protractor.
Would it change? Would it be different in different places where you measured that angle? Because in the normal term of an angle that has straight lines, the angle stays the same. It doesn't change, does it? That's why you need two straight lines in order to measure an angle, because that angle would change. It would differ in different places, wouldn't it?
Okay, I'm asking about just taking one measurement, not taking a bunch at different points. I'm saying if you get your protractor...
That's the point of an angle, though. Do you not understand the geometric principles of an angle? That you can measure the angle anywhere, the angle wouldn't change. But you're showing us a place where it would change. And you're completely negating the fact that it would change. Like some sort of a pathetic attempt at sophistry. Now, I don't know who you think you're trying to fool. Are you trying to fool Ruhif? Or are you just trying to back up Ruhif? Because Ruhif is the one that he said he could do this
I'm
at a
trying
point.
to ask a question about feasibility, and it seems like you're trying to judge intention from it, which is kind of
So,
misguided. But
which
anyway.
point would Ruhif be measuring the angle at?
I would guess at the intersection between them. That's where
The
you'd line up
intersection of the angle. You're going to
No, the
measure the
intersection of the
angle
curve.
at the intersection point.
Yeah, your protractor has a dot in the center, like a
Yep.
hole where you use as a basis point. That's what you would cover that intersection up with that dot on the protractor.
Yeah.
You would then line up the straight edge side of the protractor with, I don't know, pick one. Let's say the red
Curve line.
Well,
But
if you,
on-
have you seen the image? That looks pretty darn straight. I
It's
think my
not
protractor would
straight
lay,
though, is it?
my protractor would lay evenly on that.
You said it's not straight.
How far off from straight is it?
It's
I think that's
not.
That line looks straighter than it would be if I used pencil.
Is it straight or is it not straight?
I would say if I printed that and I showed it to 1,000 people, almost all of them would say it's straight.
Is it straight or is it not straight?
That depends. Well, it depends on how far you zoomed in. If you
But on
zoomed in far enough to
consensus,
where,
does it?
Well, no, if
Should
you
we ask
zoomed in far enough
1,000
to where
people?
it's not consensus, but what I'm getting at is if he's showing an image of his browser showing a website with a graph and a line drawn on it.
Mhm.
If he zoomed in far enough to where not even that website will show a 1 pixel difference between that line and a straight line, then it literally makes no difference.
That it's not straight.
Yeah.
So you cannot draw straight line in physical world. That's what you are saying.
Not a perfectly straight line.
Yes, yes. That's why, Beth, I was talking about not ideal representation of ideal straight line, because I was aware of using that stupid argument.
And I would say that if you zoom very, very far in on a curve, that curve becomes a non-ideal representation of an ideal straight line.
Yes,
Because it's so darn close to straight that it's basically irrelevant.
No, it is relevant, because if you are measuring straight line, you know that it is straight line, even if it is not ideal representation of ideal straight line. That's why Beth was asking if it is a straight line or not, and not how it looks, because it doesn't matter.
Well, in the real world, how things look matters a whole lot more than the ideal thing that you think it is.
Yes,
Oh,
in
don't be
real
so
world,
superficial.
in the real world, you cannot have ideal straight lines, ideal
agree.
circles, and so on. So, what's your argument?
Yeah, I mean, I agree with you on that point. We can't have ideal straight lines or things like that. So anything we try to draw that's basically a straight line is, to some degree, approximating one. A curve, a smooth one at least, will approximate straight lines when you zoom very far into them. They tend to only go in one direction when you zoom in very close to one.
Okay, so what you are saying, you are considering curved line as straight line, but because it is so similar to straight line that you can use it, but you don't use them as curved line, but only because they are so similar to straight line, so they in fact are straight lines, practically straight lines.
They're effectively straight-ish at that point. They're not. They
Okay,
aren't
so
exactly a straight line, but they
so
behave like a straight line
so
only
you
within that tiny vicinity.
all
Like,
right, so you are using effectively straight lines to measure angle.
Yeah.
Therefore, no curves. Thank you.
And you need, in straight lines, you need more than 1 point, obviously, in order to make a straight line. So you cannot have it at a point.
Yes.
Thank you very much.
There's a difference
Is
between the
Ruhif
thing-
coming back in to do this, or are you gonna?
I don't know.
Attempt to. I know he's left you on your own. It's a bit of a drop and run. That it was a genius move by him. He said all of the bullshit, and now he's left you with it. Like you said it, like you, but you're the one doing it. So, well done. Say thanks, Ruhif. Are you getting paid well? Sounded like a yes. He'd want to be, because you're going to have to defend some really stupid shit. Paradoxes and all that sort of stuff. I get the feeling Ruhif sort of knows. How do you deal with the model-induced horizontal paradox?
Don't know what that is.
Do you want me to explain?
Sure.
Okay. As we've already explained, a point is just that of which has no parts. It's a location marker. Once you have two of those points, you are having the ability to have the shortest distance between those 2 points. That would be a straight line. Signifier of a straight line is 2 points and the shortest distance between them. You would agree with that?
Yeah.
Okay, now, that line, would you agree that you could position that line in a horizontal orientation?
Like if you were to graph it and then, I guess, turn your paper? Sure.
Okay, it's just a line. Okay. So, you could then turn that line into a plane, right? Also on the horizontal orientation.
How would you turn that line into a plane without a third point?
Because it's just a plane in the horizontal orientation. I mean, you can have as many points as you want, but you understand the concept of a horizontal plane. I'm just taking you into
I understand the concept, but I don't follow you from taking 2 points. Shortest distance between them gives you a line.
Yep.
You then, write that line or like turn it so that it's.
Well, now that line you can put it on a horizontal, yeah. And then you could say that those 2 points on that line that's horizontal are also on a horizontal plane. And then you could extend those 2 points to 8, 12, 15 points on the horizontal plane, and you could connect them all. They would all be straight lines that lie on that horizontal plane. Every one of those 2 points, join them up, would be classed as being on the horizontal plane, a straight line, right? You understand the concept of that?
I'm not sure I follow what you're trying to get me to visualize.
A horizontal plane.
Where are you?
A horizontal plane. Can you visualize or imagine a horizontal plane?
Sure. And I've got 2 points on them.
Brilliant.
Which I guess is this original line.
Yep. Well, you could have as many points as you want on it now. You understand what a horizontal plane is now. At every point on that horizontal plane, you could make a perpendicular to the horizontal plane.
Sure.
Right? Now.
So now we've got a plane with a bunch of, sticks, perpendicular lines sticking out of it.
Yep.
Okay.
Now, all of those perpendiculars to that plane will be parallel.
Mm-hmm.
Now, do you know what we call a perpendicular to a horizontal?
Let me guess. Vertical.
Okay. Now, since we have the plane orientated horizontally, and all of the perpendiculars to that plane will be parallel, and, like you've just said, vertical, geometrically, right? So you've got a horizontal plane and geometric perpendiculars to it that we are going to call vertical. Now,
Okay.
There's no problem with that. That's geometrically sound, isn't it? And provable, obviously.
Sure.
Now, how does that fit the model? Because that's where the point that most people get a bit freaks out, is that they think it's some sort of a trick, right? Because you've effectively said that all the horizontal planes are parallel, haven't you? Because the verticals, all of the verticals will be perpendicular to a horizontal. And those verticals can be extended. And then you can make another horizontal plane at any point on the vertical, and all of the verticals that would necessitate parallel horizontal planes.
Okay.
Geometrically.
Yeah, sure. I mean, geometrically, you take a plane, you take perpendicular lines to it, and then you take a plane that's perpendicular to those lines, and it'll be parallel to the original plane.
Mm-hmm. And if you can have a
Where's
plane
where
that's
you doing with this?
horizontal, then you can have all planes perpendicular to it, because you can have a plane perpendicular to a plane, can't you?
Yeah. Yeah. There's not a single plane that's perpendicular to a given plane, but yeah, you can have two planes be perpendicular to each other, I suppose.
Mm-hmm. Geometrically. Like geometrically provable too, as well. I mean, I know, like, all horizontals are actually parallel, right? Because of this geometric proof that goes along with the planes and perpendiculars to a planes being parallel. And planes being 2D, of course. I was just wondering how you deal with that, the model-induced paradox.
I mean, where's the paradox? Like you just talked about planes and lines.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
I'm not sure what there is to deal with.
Say it's a model-induced paradox. But I mean, it's okay if you don't see the paradox, then perhaps you don't have the model.
Where does a model come into this? You've just been talking about geometry.
The model causes the paradox.
Which model?
I don't know, the model that causes the paradox, but I guess if you don't have the paradox, then you don't have the model.
Well, what's the model? Is this just this mystical the model that you're talking about? Or
Well, I've heard people with a model say that verticals aren't parallel. Have you heard anyone say that?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. But the geometric proof is there that they all the horizontal planes are parallel. So you can't get perpendiculars to a horizontal plane not being parallel. I mean, that's ridiculous, isn't it?
Yeah. Given some plane, if you make a bunch of perpendiculars to it, and then make something perpendicular to all those lines, it's parallel to the original plane.
Mm-hmm. But it's sort of blasphemous, isn't it, to say that?
I don't think so.
Do you think the Globe Council allow that?
Who?
Sort of talk? I don't know who they are.
I think you
No
were
doubt
right about
you'll
Ruga.
let us know.
He says he doesn't have time and he wants someone else to overlay a protractor on the image he put.
Yeah. Go on then. Are you going to do it?
I don't have a protractor.
You don't have one tiny enough.
There might be. I don't know. There's probably websites that let you draw a protractor on a screen. I don't know.
Are you not good with computers?
I'm pretty good with computers. Let's see.
Are you not going to get a tractor on there for him?
I'm not so busy today. Might as well.
Go on then.
Maybe.
Hey, I think you just come
Yeah.
back through there at the end.
Yeah. I'm gonna duck out. I need to get some sleep.
Yeah, it's getting late.
Yeah. I'm sure everything will go swimmingly from here.
Yeah, he's about to put a protractor on 2 lines that he knows aren't straight.
Bizarre behaviour,
Yeah.
if you ask me. But
Because Ruhif told him to. He's got to, I think.
yeah. Ruhif should have taken my advice and left earlier.
He did.
Instead of...
He did. He's left somebody else doing this shit for him.
Yeah, he's left now.
Here's a picture. I'll do it. You put the protractor on it.
Yeah.
You do that.
Just showed himself up to be the idiot he is. Right then.
All
Catch
right.
you later, people.
See you later.
Have a good night.
Good night. Bye.
No.
Anyway, conclusion is that you have to straighten up a curved line to take measurement.
They have to at least look.
Yes, look
straight.
like straight lines, and therefore it is enough plausible, and then you can measure. But you also can name these lines curved because they are virtually curved but actually straight. This is sophistry.
Mm-hmm. I like the idea of a protractor that goes to 2 decimal places as well. I've never seen one of those, but I mean, good. You might be able to find one on the internet somewhere. For Ruhif. Look, zoom in further. Somebody's pointing out that they are still 2 curved lines, and Ruhif just says, zoom in further.
So why they should look like straight lines? they need curved lines. I think that it will sate the cognitive pain.
Yeah. Yeah, at least they can imagine they're straight.
Yes.
Even though you know that they're not.
Yes, visually imagine. Okay, they look straight, therefore I am released from responsibility of measuring angle to curved lines.
Oh, look. Right.
But on this protractor, I can see straight lines from the center to numbers. It means that you use straight lines to measure angles.
Look at that. You're getting a good job. Like a pat on the head for being a good boy. Well done, Emerald. You put a protractor on 2 curved lines.
I
Well
used
done.
the internet. Hooray.
Yeah. Yeah, but like Rumpus asked you to put a protractor on 2 curved lines. And you did well and you got a good job. Exclamation mark.
Can you see, Emerald, can you see straight lines leading from the center of the protractor to numbers of degrees? Are they straight lines or curved lines?
Those are straight. You mean like the lines radiating out from the center of the protractor?
Yes. Are they straight lines or curved lines?
Yeah, they're straight.
So to measure angle to curved line, you need supporting straight line, right?
Sure. I mean, if you want to use this tool, then yeah. Well, in this case, actually, you don't need any of those straight lines because the angle measured here is about 8 degrees, and the lines are only in increments of 10 degrees. Really, the
Can
only line I'm sort of... The only thing I
Yes.
did is I moved the center point of the protractor to the intersection of the curves. I then lined up the long straight edge, like where the protractor is basically a semicircle, that long diameter, I guess. I lined that up with the red line, and then the measurement would be taken by looking at where the blue line intersects the graduated scale.
Looking like. So, but anyway, you have to compare to the straight line to get measurement.
Well, in this, yeah, I guess you it's not really comparing. You line up the semicircle like diameter, the long edge of the protractor, with the red line, which is what I did.
So your
And then you just
reference.
see where the blue line intersects the graduated scale on the edge, which looks like just shy of or just over 8.
So your reference point or line is straight.
Yeah, at least your measuring device that you're using to reference for the angles that you're going to measure, they're definitely straight lines, aren't they?
Supposing it's, a correctly built protractor, sure, yeah.
And the other lines you've already said are definitely not straight, are they?
No, they're parts of curves.
Yeah.
So you need straight lines to measure curved line, the angle.
And you need some tool. I don't know if every angle measuring tool in the world uses straight lines, but the protractor here does, and it's what I found online. So I don't know about needs per se, but it's what I used, sure.
It's okay. So please show the device with curved lines which are measuring curved line.
I don't know of
lines.
such device.
Ca-
I don't know
can
if
you
one exists or doesn't, but I'm not going to make a definitive statement without knowing the facts. Would you like to?
You should if you want to prove something, but for now you are showing protractor with straight lines to measure curved lines angle.
You're attempting sophistry, and it is. Well, I don't know how many people are being fooled by it. I'm not. Said all along, you need 2 straight lines in order to measure an angle. They even give you the definition at the beginning. It's just pure sophistry for you to be putting 2 curved lines there and saying, measure an angle there. But like a good boy, you obeyed Ruhif and did exactly what he told you to. Is it like an initiation sort of ritual that you have to do? Humiliation? Do you get let into a club or something? Paper, would you ever attempt to perform sophistry and pretend that you could measure an angle to 2 curved lines because somebody told you to?
Never.
No. I wouldn't either.
Because it's in my nature, but the second reason is that it is so stupid. I would be ashamed for myself.
That'd be my first reason.
First, self-humiliation.
Yeah.
I couldn't stand it.
Emerald's fine with it, though. Got a good boy from Ruhif. Well done. And Nick Rumproast as well. I mean, you know what his word is. He even put an exclamation mark after it. Look, smiley face from Ruhif. Well done. Well done. Looks pretty good.
Shooting on foot, looking pretty good.
He did what he got told to do, right?
I think so.
Yeah.
By the way, there is no other way. It always will end that way.
I can remember that at a point, though, so... The point that the angle was measured, was that at the end of the protractor? That point?
Oh.
Or the 2 points that you measured the angle between? Oh, shit, yeah, that's a problem, that, isn't it? I guess that wasn't at a point at all, Emerald. I don't think you got away with that. Ruhif said he was going to measure an angle at a point. In fact, I even wrote it down on my board so I couldn't forget it. The slope of a curve at a point. So where was that? Was that the angle?
To be precise, it's not this. So you're right. The specific, I guess, angle that I found here, if you want to think of there as being 3 points, then the first point is the intersection, or where I've got the center of the protractor. And then the 2 other points are where it says 180 on the protractor in black or 0 in blue, and then the other place where the blue line intersects the outer rim of the protractor.
Yeah, that'd be your 2 straight lines, right? Those 2 points extending outwards from the apex.
Right. So what we'd say is this angle is approximately this, 8 point. It looks like just over 8.
Yeah, it's the inclination of those 2 straight lines you've made from those 3 points.
Yeah.
Yeah.
If we then...
That's what we said all along. You need 2 straight lines, and it's the inclination of one straight line to the other.
Right. So, I mean, as it is right now, this is just a normal angle.
So you've just proved that everything that Ruhif said was a load of bullshittery. And you've tried sophistry in order to do that to a curve when you've just said about 3 points, which is obviously 2 straight lines.
So this is at 1 zoom level. If we then zoomed in farther and therefore took, or I guess equivalently you could think of it as, so the 2 points of that aren't the center point of the protractor are, in this case, 2 big grid squares across and 4 grid squares up from that point. They're some distance away. If I retake this measurement, but at points on those curves that are closer, then I'll get a slightly different angle, slightly better approximation. If I continue this process, maybe the distance from the intersection to the points that I use the protractor on starts as 1 centimeter, and then 0.5 centimeter, and then 1/4 centimeter. The definition of, in calculus, saying anything at a point is to say the limit as that distance approaches 0 of the angle measurement. And what that means is that all of these angles that you really measure are approximations. So maybe I get 8.13, and then maybe I measure again with a smaller distance and I get 8.131. And then I measure at a smaller distance and I get 8.1314. The angle changes slightly, but it's converging or approaching some specific number.
The angle gets greater the closer you get to...
Just as an example, it might get smaller. It depends on what your curves are. But the idea is that you measure the angle at some...
but it changes.
Your points... Yeah, it changes, but...
That's the point of us saying you cannot measure a fucking angle to a curve. Because it changes.
But what calculus says is, although it changes, it converges to a specific number. So say I give you the sequence, 1/2, and then 1/4, and then 1/8, and then 1/16, and then 1/32, and I keep going dividing by 2. These numbers are all changing, right? And they're all decreasing. They're all different from each other. But it's obvious that if I keep going essentially forever, then it will approach 0. There's no other number it can approach. It will never go negative because I'm taking positive numbers and dividing by 2.
So
it's always going
your
to
angle will go from close to 0 to. Is there any maximum?
Close to. I'm not talking about angles in this case. I'm just talking about what I was talking about with a half and a fourth and an eighth is just a random sequence.
Yeah, but we were talking about angles to curves and how they change.
So the analogy then,
which is the point, right? That an angle doesn't change when you use straight lines. That's the whole point of it being an angle.
All right. It doesn't change when you use straight lines. When you use curves, it can change as those points get
So
closer.
it's not an angle. It's multiple different angles, which is the fucking point. Yeah.
As you keep
trying sophistry, mate, and it's really bad.
I'm giving you a definition from calculus, which is you take these I guess intermediate angles or whatever you want to call them. You keep measuring
not angles. We'll take these not angles because they're multiple different angles ranging from 0 to is there a maximum limit?
I mean, your angle isn't going to be bigger than 360.
Okay. So you could go from approaching 0 to 360 in your angle measurement to a curve. Right? And are you going to take a mean of this?
No, you take what's called a limit.
A limit? Well, the limit would be about 360, like you said. You can't have more angles than that in an angle to a curve.
Limit is a very specific technical term in calculus.
Okay, but we are measuring angle, not limit, supposedly.
All right. You can take the vertical angle between two straight lines, and that gives you some value. Like in this case, you pick some point, the intersection of the two lines. You take a point on the red curve and you take a point on the blue curve. Draw two straight lines, and now you use that, line up your protractor to it.
There's
and you get
two straight lines.
Mm-hmm.
So if you want to really measure one angle, you need straight line.
Sure.
And
brilliant.
Great.
Yeah.
But we are measuring one angle.
Yeah.
So
the procedure is not done at just measuring one angle. What you then do is you get a sequence of angles, which you're right are going to be different.
The point is that when you measure an angle, like a triangle, the old traditional angles, that part of a triangle, the actual usable angles, that's what ones we're talking about now. The traditional ones, not the modern angles that change.
Yeah, so
is there a practical use for changeable angles?
If you let me finish the definition,
do you have a trigonometry that uses these differing angles?
A trigonometry?
Yeah.
No, I don't know where you're going with that.
Any triangulation that uses these differing angles? I'm just trying to work out. You're trying to show us that you can measure a differing angle to a curve using calculus. What's the point of you trying to do this? Because you're making yourself look like a tit.
Maybe, because I've only gotten half the definition out before you guys decide to chime in.
Mm-hmm.
So if I can finish.
Definition of an angle to a curve.
Yeah, so what I'm getting at is that as you decrease the distance between that intersection point, which we're looking at in this example, and where you measure the other points on the curves, like as those get closer, you'll get a sequence of angles. Like maybe it's 8.13 here. The example I gave is maybe it's 8.131. If you measure even closer, you'll get a sequence of numbers that are different. But the important fact in calculus is that those numbers will converge to a single value. So even though all the steps, as you shrink the distance between the points you're measuring, even though you get different angles, they will converge to a single number. And that single number is what we call, at that point, the angle. This is just a definition. The definition of anything at a point is the limit as the distance goes to 0 of the, I guess you could call them traditional angles, as you have been, of straight lines.
So this is like average?
It's not quite an average. It's
Okay.
just if I give you a sequence of numbers and they all get closer and closer together. The limit is the number that like they're approaching. So in the example I gave where I keep dividing by 2, the limit of that sequence is 0.
Yeah,
Because
the
numbers are
intersection
approaching
point
0.
will always be 0. There's no angle at a point. So it will always be approaching 0. Right?
So
No.
You are creating asymptotes.
Asymptotes are a good example of this. An asymptote is the limit of where a function goes as it approaches either x equals infinity or vertical asymptotes as y goes to infinity. That's a
Therefore,
good example. You can use
Yes.
calculus to find the values of asymptotes.
And that means that you are not measuring real angle.
Absolutely.
Well, right. On a technicality, your measurements are all going to be approximations because you're going to take some finite distance from your intersection point, and you're going to probably use tangent lines or straight lines to measure those.
But in geometry, we are not talking about practical things, but method of doing things.
Sure.
The method to measure one angle is to have 2 points beside this one point of intersection. And we have 2 straight lines. And on every point of these straight lines, you can choose any point on these straight lines and measure. You can measure same angle.
I agree. So if you got 2 straight lines, then your method to figure out the angle between them has just one step. And that step is just pick any 2 points on those lines. And then because it's always the same angle, it doesn't matter which ones you pick, and you just find the vertical angle that way. It's a one-step method. What calculus does is it says we can do more steps. We can take closer and closer points on these
Vertical
curves
angle.
and get different angles. And these angles will approach a
Slip that one
unique,
in.
like a single number. And as a definition, we say that a property of some function at a point is just the limit of a property of that function as those 2 points get closer and closer.
Yes.
So the definition is not just a single, don't just take a single measurement, it's actually the limit of a sequence of measurements.
Yes, I agree. So you have different angles to measure or to calculate approximation. And so in reality, you will never obtain real measurement from that.
Right.
So this is not measurement. You cannot. It's by definition not measurable angle. And
It's well, reality also has this nasty tendency to be imprecise. So if your protractor is only accurate to tenths of a degree, and you're zoomed in far enough that the difference between those curves in a straight line is less than a tenth of a degree, then your measurement will be correct anyway. So it's not that it's impossible or that it's impractical. It's just it depends.
No. This is geometrically impossible. What you have said. You have only approximation. I am taking apart ideal measurements because, of course, we don't expect that. But the method is ideal for straight lines, and for this calculus, it's not even measurement. This is just
Well, in
approximation.
calculus, the ideal would just be taking the limit of the sequence. Like that
Okay.
that's kind of what Ruhif did with the calculation. Like the method is given the function's definitions, you plug in the arctan of the slopes of the functions at that point, and then you subtract them off and you get like 8.13. That's the ideal method. You can use some algebra to figure out the answer.
To
Because I mean,
calculate.
an ideal measurement, when you're not doing a physical measurement, an ideal method is just a calculation. And that's what Ruhif did earlier, and he got 8.1 whatever degrees. So it is definitely possible because he did it.
It's possible to have approximation.
You
Actually,
know,
no, the
you just
the
used
precise
vertical
exact.
angles before. You do realize that's a theorem, right?
That's a term. There might be theorems relating to it.
Yeah, the vertical angles theorem.
Okay, so there's a theorem called it. What's the theorem say?
States that a pair of intersecting lines, the vertical opposite angles are congruent or equal.
Right. So vertical angles
straight
are a
lines.
thing. There's a theorem about them.
Straight lines,
It's talking about the
angles
things themselves.
show that they are congruent always. Can you say the same about your angles?
Sure. I mean, if we've got two intersecting lines, then that theorem still holds.
Two intersecting straight lines.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Does it work the same like you've just been showing with your angles to curves that you imagine? Does that theorem still apply? Or does that theorem only apply to vertical angles that are straight? Like actual angles with the
actual angles.
true definition of angles.
Yeah, actual angles.
Yeah. Not these ones that you've been talking about. The curves.
Right.
Right, so the actual theorems and the proofs within geometry only actually apply to the straight angles.
Well,
straight
that
line
particular
angles.
theorem.
I mean,
I
should
don't
I
know
really
right
have to
now
be
if there are-
saying straight line angles? I suppose that's only because some people are obfuscating angles to curves, right?
I wouldn't say
I
it's
mean, that's
obfuscation.
ridiculous. You haven't got a definition of an angle to a curve. There's no such fucking thing. An angle is the inclination of one straight line to another. Simply.
Because this is one angle. Inclination creating one angle, not infinite number of angles, as it would were in curved line.
Your sophistry won't work here. Especially, you can't attempt sophistry within geometry. So well defined. All the terms in it. We've already come to terms. Definitions, they're already laid out. You can't obfuscate them.
And in addition to that, because if you are creating these curved lines and you are focusing on them to make them looking like straight, this is quite opposite what would you do in reality if you want to measure real surface of water, for example, in the distance of 500 or 1,000 kilometers, for example, using sextant or whatever. You are not dealing with infinitely small angles to calculate. You will have big discrepancy between straight line and curved line. The beauty of straight line and angle is that you can measure it at any distance, and you cannot do that with curved surface. Okay, I will have to go to bed.
Yeah.
Eyes are closing.
Have a good night.
Thank you very much. Good night.
Yeah. Thanks for coming. It's been a good one. I think I'm going to shut it off, but I mean, everybody's still going to be going up, hopefully. Coming to the Discord. Has been a good night tonight. We'll be still going over the horizontal paradox and the new definition of a water level, proving that the center point is on the horizontal, established between the 2 points at the either end. Shocker. I know. Somebody's managed to slip it in. I don't know whether they've done it as a guise of just to keep with reality, because people were trying to obfuscate, unclamping horizontals, internal tangent points and lines and planes and all. It's all like, it's getting really confusing. I'm queuing Buster up. Anybody got any final words before we go to the after show? No. Okie dokie. Buster's going to sing us out. Join us tomorrow, Geometry Night. We're going to be going over a straight line and proving that if you have a horizontal line, then the midpoint is also on that horizontal line. Amazing. Shocker. Join us tomorrow. Straight lines and Euclid.
It's the echo in your brain. You know you can't sustain the misconceptions in your mind. One day you'll see for sure what all of this was for. Then you can leave it all behind. The journey begins. I am the one, yeah, that will show the proof. I am the one, yeah, that is searching for the truth. I am the whispers of the logic in your mind. I am an agent of the Logos. In the beginning was found this thing that cannot speak. It's how we all truly learn. It's only ever attained when one lets go of fear. So don't let wisdom pass you by. The journey begins. I am the one here that will show the proof. I am the one here that is searching for the truth. I am the whispers of the logic in your mind. I am an agent of the Logos. It was there all along. How could I never have seen this thing that's danced all around? It wasn't until I left behind the things I believed that I could see things so clear. The journey begins. Become the one here that will show the proof. Become the one here that is searching for the truth. Become become the whispers of the logic in their mind, become an agent of the Logos, become an agent of the Logos. We are the agents of the Logos.